Hello, this is Saber Schnitzer. I am the Virginia State Chair, and I am one of the CAT referees that have come down to help Kathy at the Masters Invitational. The little story behind this is that there was a poll back in 2024 that asked all the national lifters if they would like to maintain their basic placing at Raw Nationals, or do we separate Masters Nationals out into its own meet? And this meet is a result of that, seeing how it goes as a really a temporary or potentially permanent fixture within the Masters community. But what we have here today is session two. Session one was this morning, and we had the M4, M3, M4, and M5 lifters. We had a number of lifters bomb out in the meet, mostly on squat depth. They were just nowhere near parallel, but it was a real Christmas tree of a board view on Lifting Cast. But the officiating was not over officiating, not by any stretch. They were very fair with regards to the calls that were made, and you'll see that again this afternoon. Very few protests on the previous session because there was really not much to protest. The calls were very justified, so there was really nothing to protest. But this afternoon we have 3 flights, approximately 33 lifters, even though that might get toned down a little bit because at least I know from Flight A we had 3 lifters no-show. I am not sure about Flight B and C, so possibly under 30 lifters, but I'm pretty sure that we will stick with the 3 flights. So 3 very small flights, or 3 moderate to small flights. But we're going to do Flight A, all 3 squats, Flight B, all 3 squats, Flight C, all 3 squats, and then take a 10-minute break. For this session, we have the M1 and the M2 lifters. And just as a funny little story, so I'm the Virginia State Chair, and I brought down the video wall because the Masters lifters have been treated, I would say, unfairly. I wanted to give them the entire experience. So when Kathy asked me to come down, because the Masters Invitational was changed from a local meet to a pro meet. Once a meet becomes a pro meet, that means that world records are possible. Well, to do world records, you need CAT referees, both on the jury and on the platform. So when she reached out to me to ask if I could come down from Virginia, I said, absolutely sure. I would love to do the Masters meet. But if I'm coming down, do you mind if I bring all my toys with me? And of course she said no, and she gets it at no charge. But we had this morning's session ran very smoothly, started on time, and we ended in just about 2 hours and 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, about that. So 2 hours and 15 minutes for an entire session of 3 lifts. We're not going to be able to do that this afternoon because there are definitely more lifters in the afternoon session, but we will try to keep it moving pretty briskly so that we aren't stuck here overnight, because we've got a full day of lifting tomorrow, 2 sessions tomorrow. The ladies are lifting tomorrow, just the men today. And immediately after that session, those sessions end, we got to tear all this stuff down, and it's a long drive home. But this was an exceptional morning session. I've been to a lot of national meets. This thing ran like clockwork. The lifters followed direction. They briskly entered the platform and left it, so the spotters were exceptional. They turned the bar around, or turned the lifts around pretty quickly. So the meet ran at a pretty brisk pace, hoping that we'll continue that trend for the afternoon lifting. But back to the story that I wanted to say. So as I was coming down, bringing all of my toys, I asked Kathy hey, do you want to do third attempt lifter's choice videos or third attempt lifter's choice music? And what type of playlist would you like to use? And she was extremely busy coordinating the meet, so she just didn't get back to me. Until about 10 minutes before the start of the session. She's like, can we get some age-appropriate music for the playlist? I'm like, okay, so 50s rock, 60s rock, 70s rock? Classic rock, that type of thing. So we were listening to 70s rock for the entire morning session. And when you've got the Grateful Dead and, the Beatles playing, it kind of makes you hope for a little younger crowd. So this afternoon we've got mostly 90s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s rock and classic rock. So hopefully the playlist will be a little bit more up-tempo. I'm going to be operating the video wall. We do have 2 commentators for the live stream. And I was sitting behind them running the video wall while they were doing the live stream. And they did an excellent job asking questions, explaining the answers, explaining why lifts got passed or why lifts got denied. What were the reasons for particular color cards and things like that. So a lot of good discussion and explanation in this morning session, and I'm pretty sure that will continue this afternoon. But I'm just here to kick off the live stream. Then I'm going to go on mute and help get the meet running for the afternoon session. And when the commentators show up, I will turn the mics back on so they can commentate. We do have a couple camera views, 3 camera views or 4 camera views that we will try to utilize, so we get the best view of lifting at each juncture. We'll keep the front for the squat, move around for the bench and the deadlift. But if anyone has any question, and I already got a comment in the chat saying I love the playlist this morning. Well, that makes you, along with the majority of the lifters in that session. But some of the other folks were like, oh, this is just drowning on and on and on. But still, it was good music. At least it was the popular playlist. But we hope to have a very smooth and injury-free session. Injury-free from both a lifter and a spotter loader. The last thing we want is anybody to get hurt for any reason. So we do have medical staff and medical supplies readily available should, even something as trivial as like a thumb tear during a deadlift. We have equipment here to manage that. But we have a lot of experienced older lifters. This isn't a collegiate nationals or high school nationals or even open nationals for that matter. But a lot of mature individuals that will be lifting today. As I mentioned, the session this morning was a little bloody. A lot of lifters, well, not a lot, but there were a handful of lifters that just simply couldn't get the parallel, and the referees held them. They definitely were not over officiating. The officiating was exceptional in the morning, but they fairly enforced the rule book, which is really what should be done at every meet. When the rule book says knees locked at the beginning and at the end of the squat, that means you must lock your knees. So if you don't snap them locked at the end of the squat, you can be called on it. And the rule book says arms straight, elbows locked. It does not say as straight as you can get them. So some of us older heavy benchers, well, we have a problem getting our arms straight. So that's personally why I don't compete anymore, because I would never get the start command on the bench. And I'm not leaving the federation because we rigorously drug test. So we spend a great deal of time ensuring that the platform stays clean. And the drug testing was done this morning. And will continue throughout this afternoon session and tomorrow and morning and afternoon. But that is pretty much all that I have to say. I'm going to go start the live stream and get the national anthem ready, as well as the playlist. If you have questions, please type them in the chat, and we will respond as soon as possible. But the lifting will start in approximately 20 minutes. So until that time, you keep it on mute or just hang out. We will start promptly at 1:30. Thank you.
Lifters, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes out. 7 minutes if you want to change your opener. Ten minutes out, 7 to change your opener for flight A. We get ready to kick off the Masters Invitational 2025 edition. Chattanooga Convention Center here, beautiful downtown Chattanooga. 2 minutes. Want to change your lifters? 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cue up the national anthem here in 1 second. We mind get ready to stand, taking your hats off, face the center of the stage. Lifters, if you would take a second, we're going to stand and honor our great country and our flag. Get ready to listen to the national anthem. Kick off second session of the Masters Invitational 2025 edition. Spotters, loaders, referees, we are 2 minutes out. Chad will start us off. I want to welcome you to the second session of the Masters Invitational 2025 edition. Start off with some cool powerlifting music. Everybody, eyes on me. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second session is about to begin. It is our job to bring down the house. We are 10% of everything these lifters are going to lift here today. They've been training for a long time. We've been sitting here for about 22 minutes. We're going to big round of applause when they come out. Big round of applause every time we come on the platform. World records, we want to raise the roof. We want the fire department here. Concerned about our well-being, which year it's allowed to break the world record. American record, not so much we're going to face ourselves, right? But every one of these lifters, over 50 this morning, that's some unbelievable displays of strength by gentlemen in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. Here we are, we're about to begin. Big round of applause for the first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live for our second session of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Masters Invitational. Up now we have a Seyun Lin with opening with 135 kilos. Now if you want to keep up with this meet, you can go on liftingcast.com and look up USAPL Masters Invitational Day 1, and you can find all the lifting happening there, as well as keeping up with the live stream. Jaden blows up his opener. That was a very, very smooth opener. What do you think, Noah?
I believe that was a very smooth opener as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go up another 10 kilos for the second attempt.
I would say probably 10, maybe 7.5. I think it'd be a solid second attempt.
Got Chad Valentine coming up next with 150 kilos. 330 pounds.
David Goodwin to the platform. David Goodwin to the platform, please.
Now this session is going to be our Masters 1 and 2. Our session 1 was Masters 3, 4, and 5. And basically Masters 3, 4, and 5 is ages 60 through 70, 70 through 80, and 80 through 90 respectively. This session is our Masters 1 and 2, which is ages 40 through 50, and Masters 2, which is 50 through 60.
A very fast opener from Chad.
We have Anthony Elmore coming out next. I do believe he is a Georgia resident. A lot of raw lifters this session compared to the last session, or it was a pretty, I wouldn't say even, but like 25, 75%. This one, I do believe there's only 2 equipped lifters in this, and everyone else is raw. Anthony is a good lift with 150 kilos. We have Edgar Drake coming up next with 157.5. And while on openers, why don't we discuss what the rules of performance are? So there are 2 commands of squat. You want to kind of go through what those commands are?
Yeah, so the first command you're going to get is squat. That is once you unrack the bar, your knees are locked, you're stationary. After you get the squat command, you can only go down and back up. If you have up and down, you get a red light. It's a no lift even if you lock it out. And then once you lock it out, you get the rack command. And if you jump either of those commands, it's no lift.
Edgar Drake with a good lift, good opener at 157.5. We have Jeff Phillips coming up next with 160 kilos. And we have Gladiator. He is on Team Gladiators. There are quite a bit of people on Team Gladiators from what I remember. There were quite a few this morning. We have Jeff Phillips coming out next with 160 kilos. It's fully decked out in a full Titan outfit. There's a lot of Titan and insert on what I've noticed. Titan and insert are a little bit more popular with the Masters crowd and like just the older crowd in general. And you'll see a lot more A7 and SVD with our junior and teen lifters.
For sure.
I think it's purely just an age thing. And Titan and Inns are very much like I would consider old school brands.
Definitely classics.
But we have Danny Thurman coming up. Like that was a good lift for Jeff Phillips. Danny Thurman coming out next with 160. Also in fully Titan.
Danny's coming out against 350 pounds.
And a little flames on his singlet. I'd love to see it.
Great squat by Nanny.
And I'm a big fan of fun singlets.
That you are.
I do have 2 very fun singlets from Titan as well. I have one that's holiday themed. It has, Santa, some snowmen on it, some reindeer, and that. And I have a burger singlet from Titan as well.
This is a full burger.
And I do love me some Titan singlets. But now we have Brad Trosper coming out with 170 kilos on the bar.
Right at 374 pounds.
We want to give a quick shout out to our spotting and loading crew. They are from Blue Mountain Christian University, based out of Mississippi. They came all the way to Chattanooga, Tennessee to come spot and load for this meet. I believe it's about a 5, maybe 6 hour drive. So
Yeah.
it's quite a drive for them.
Yeah, just a month or 2 ago, they were also at the military nationals.
And a lot of them did just compete at collegiate nationals. It would be about a month from now because it was the first weekend of April. But that was an easy opener for Brad Prosper, and we have Chris Palmby closing out the flight with 215 kilos, and then after this we moved on to our second attempts.
Chris coming out raw, no knee sleeves.
3 reds on the platform straight away.
Gotta wait on those commands.
Ooh, looks like it's a little too heavy for him on the day.
That's our priority, keeping our lifters
I do have a slight suspicion he submitted his opener in pounds.
I was
instead of
just
kilos.
thinking the same thing.
And all the numbers you see on the screen are in kilograms. You basically just multiply these numbers by 2.2, or you can do a quick Google search of how much it is, how many pounds it is. But everything on the screen is in kilograms, including the plates and bars.
Curious to see if he's gonna try to take that again, or if
Unfortunately, after he submitted his opener, I do not think he would be able to backtrack on that. It would really just be up to the discretion of the scoring table and the meet director, see if they would allow for that to happen. But I really don't think it will happen personally. But we have Sayu Lin coming out with 147.5 kilos. A very steady lifter. You can see how stable he is at the top.
Bring it up all the way.
And picture perfect squat from him.
very nice squat.
Wish my squats looked as picture perfect. But unfortunately, the referees do not agree. They called him on depth. We have Anthony Elmore coming out next with 160 kilos or 352 pounds. And it looks like the scoring table is not allowing Chris to go back down. And he will unfortunately have to either brave it out and try 215 again, or he will just have to scratch the second and third. It's a very deep squat for Anthony. Let's see what the referees think. Three
like good
white lights,
lift.
picture perfect for Anthony. We have Chad Valentine coming out next with 165 kilos for a second. A big 15 kilo jump.
His first one flew, so I expect this one's probably gonna move pretty well too.
But 15 kilos is quite a sizable jump in my opinion. I mean, if you think about it, it's a 10% jump, which is
That's pretty big.
I personally I do coaching. I do coaching, and I personally try to take no more than 7%, and 7% is really, really pushing it. So a 10% jump is quite large, but I believe Chad Valentine does.
From Chad.
Bring it up, Chad, bring it up.
Did look quite a bit heavier, but he got it up.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe a 5 or 7.5 kilo jump, but he missed it on depth. I would think he would maybe retake that, or it would take a smaller jump to like 167.5, or try to stay on the board, because that did look like he had more in the tank. And we now have Edgar Drake coming out. And Masters. He is able to contest it. There is a jury present, and with a jury present, you are able to contest um, I think any lights now. I think they recently amended that rule. I will double check the rule book on that.
Got Jeff coming up to 380 pounds, 172.5 kilos for his third attempt. Just a 2.5 kilo increase.
I did look up the rule on the jury. I will go after Jeff gets this third attempt. And he blows it up. Oh my goodness. That was in a very, very fast. He could have probably gone 177.5 in my opinion. Maybe 180.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It was very smooth. But you are allowed to contest a lift that is 2-1 or 3-0. Meaning you could contest your own lift or someone else's lift. That was maybe a good or bad lift, does not matter which one. And the jury almost acts like, I would say, quality control, to where if a lifter or a coach thinks their lift is good, but the referees on the platform don't agree, they can approach the jury and say, hey, I think my lift was good, I would like to contest it. Or maybe if you were in a tight battle with someone, you want to say, hey, I think that lifter broke a rule during the lift. Could you review it?
Right.
We have Danny Thurman coming out with 180 kilos on the bar.
Bring it up, stay with it.
Danny pushing through. Jerry says it's good.
Now we have Edgar Drake coming out with 182.5. This will be 402 pounds on the bar for him.
Edgar's pushing all the chips into this mega little table right here. He's going all or none. 402 pounds. Crossing over the 400-pound bar.
Edgar getting hyped up.
3 for 3 attempt.
12.5 kilo increase.
If I do remember correctly, his 170 kilo squat was quite fast. So let's see if he will make this move just as fast.
Bring it up,
It's a fight, but
He got through it.
not too bad.
That looked great. Is that high bar too?
Yeah, it looks like it's high bar.
3 right legs, 3 for 3, 4 over, that's all great.
Would you like to go into maybe some potential differences between high bar and low bar, just for the viewers at home?
Yeah, so high bar tends to be higher on your back where you place the bar. You tend to be in more of an upright position as you squat. And low bar, it's really low on your back, low on your upper back. And you tend to be in a more forward position.
We have Brad Trosper coming out with 187.5. And here he's taking a little bit more of like an intermediate position with his bar placement. I wouldn't call that like low bar, but I wouldn't necessarily call it high bar either.
Bring it up, bring it up. Drive it up.
Great
Brad
squats
makes
though.
it easy.
2
1
whites.
for Brad. The center referee did call him on depth for that one.
Yeah, and sometimes it is a little harder to see depth on the front. Because sometimes, the quads can make it look like it's maybe at a depth where the side judges see it deeper.
Yes, but also keep in mind that the camera angle that we're presented right now is not necessarily the camera angle that the referees are seeing.
Right.
And camera angles can play a little, can deceive your eyes a little bit,
Absolutely.
Especially if you do film your own training, right? Sometimes camera angles hide things that you might not notice. It looks like Chris is just going to let the timer run, and then we'll be moving on to flight B. We have 3 flights today: flight A, B, and C. And the flight B will be opening up with Isaac Wantland with 130 kilos. We still have 20 seconds left on the timer for Chris, though. Well, letting the timer run out is kind of nice, especially as like a spotter and loader.
Yeah, it's a great break time.
Just let you catch your breath a little bit. make sure you're getting set and getting ready.
Again, a lot of language. Push this forward. Okay.
We have Isaac coming out with 130 kilos as his opener.
My apologies, there was a 90% song that we did not pick up on. Use that forward, not that. Everyone in the audience there. Isaac made it to work at 287 pounds. This versus Temple Flight B. If that's what you're here for.
Isaac opening up Flight B.
Over Flight B is about to begin.
Isaac coming on a full stoic outfit.
287 pounds.
He blows that up.
Fast squat.
Nice.
Fast squat from Isaac.
We have Christopher Muse coming out next, 142.5 kilos on that bar.
It's 314 pounds for Christopher. Great depth from Christopher.
Incredibly fast too.
And the judges agree.
And we just wanted to have a quick shout out to our sponsors and partners. We have LMNT, Pioneer, A7, Instant Champions Championship Belt, Chattanooga Whiskey, Sour Strips, and Stellar Shots. Stellar Shots is providing our media. If you'd like to provide a gift for your fellow competitor, or you would just like to provide a gift for someone you know, and they have not bought the media package, Stellar Shots does provide very, very good quality media. And speaking of A7, we have someone fully decked out in A7 gear. We have Michael Byer opening with 145 and 3 white lights for him. And Todd Bainey coming out next, opening up with 157.5.
347 pounds. Versus contact, Peter back. Scott is 3D.
Todd Bainey with a little bit of a shaky walkout, but
Looked like it started to hit the rack just a little bit.
Bring it up, Todd, bring it up.
and a little slow for an opener. Let's see where he goes up next. I would say no more than 5 kilos personally.
Yeah, I would say somewhere between 5 and 7.
We have Brent coming out with 165 kilos on the bar. He will be opening. Yeah, he'll be opening with 165, and yeah, I mean, it's not about what you start with the meat. It's what you finish with the meat.
Absolutely. 363 pounds for Brent.
Depth looks a little bit questionable here.
Looked a little high on that one.
The referees do agree. 3 reds, unfortunately. We have Peter Melendez coming out next, 187.5 for him. And a little bit of an overlay change for the background.
On deck, Patrick is 2 back. Ryan Henley is 3 deep.
417 pounds for Peter.
Peter is one of the more jacked competitors here. See a lot of muscle on his frame. A little smooth, steady walkout for him.
Big breath.
It blows it up very nice.
Like a very smooth opener.
If you're watching somewhat closely, you'll notice that some lifters will opt to have a thumb over or full grip and a thumb under or false grip. Both grips are allowed in USA Powerlifting. The rulebook does say that you just need 4 fingers on the bar, and the thumb does not count as a finger in this case. We got Scott Manley coming out next with a 190 kilo opener. The timer is running for him. Bar is loaded for Scott. All red, looking very manly here.
Rocking the bright red Enzers as well.
Get ready, lift to make some noise. Slide number 419 pounds.
A little bit of a shaky walkout for him.
Bring it up, bring it up.
A little slow, but he might be one of those lifters who just, lifts slowly.
Right.
Well, that is good lift. 3 white lights for him. We got Patrick Mans coming out. Manley right after Mans. Quite the order. Patrick Mans, the big man's coming out.
Taking on 430 pounds.
You notice he has a little bit of chalk at his hip crease. Some lifters or their coaches will opt to put some chalk at their hip crease to make it a little bit easier to see, as sometimes singlets and their shadows can hide the hip crease. And as you know, you need to have your hip crease below the top of the knee joint in order to hit depth. But unfortunately, he does not hit depth in this one. 3 reds, all referees are unanimous agreement that he did not hit depth. We have Brian Henley coming out next with a 197.5 kilo squat as his opener. His flight is quite large. It's a pretty big flight, and it looks like it is all raw lifters.
Looks like we're going fairly heavy in this fight as well.
Yeah, if you look at the lifting cast board, there's 2 225 kilo squats coming up. You look a little bit ahead into the next flight, we have someone with a 267.5 kilo opener, which is quite the sizable opener.
Brian taking on 435 pounds.
An incredibly high rack height. That is a very tall rack height. 3 whites for him, good lift. We have Michael coming out next with 215 kilos on the bar. Our good man Rob giving water to the spotters and loaders. Rob is also our MC here.
Michael coming up to 473 pounds.
Here we go, Michael starting for 474 pounds.
And set under that bar, trying to wiggle himself into position. Rocking a purple A7 singlet, one of our sponsors for this meet. Very narrow squat stance too. And you'll generally see pretty narrow squat stances from people who are what you would consider well leveraged to squat. You know, the classical short femurs, the thigh bone, and a short torso. You'll generally see more narrow squat stance and a more upright posture, just because they can and they're built for squatting.
Right.
We have Benjamin Rowe coming out next with 225 kilos and the big 4 red squat on the bar. And when it gets to 4 reds, you'll notice that there are going to be 5 spotters. There should be 5 spotters and loaders on the platform, spotting this ginormous squat.
Make some noise to bring the oxygen out of the room here. 496 pounds. Make some noise for Benjamin.
Benjamin taking his time to set up.
Invitational 2025 edition.
He does have 15 seconds left on that clock. But one thing to note is that that timer can run out, but if you get that squat command before that timer runs out, you're still able to complete the lift and still get white lights for
Bring
it.
it up, bring it up.
And it's a really slow opener. Oh wow!
Feeling like a pretty heavy opener. Be curious to see what he goes up to on his second attempt.
And it's called for depth. I would probably stick with 225 and try to stay
I would
on
as
the
well.
board.
496.
And some people even take the strategy of skipping their second and then taking it again on their third if they really think that they might be having to fight for it.
Isaac coming out for his second.
Yes, but considering the size of this flight, that might not be. I wouldn't say it would be a bad idea, but I don't know if that would be a viable strategy, given that you do need, you can't get cold.
Right. Taking a
squat.
smooth 225.
That was a
3 white lights, quite the undeniable squat there, if I would say so myself. And we are back up to the top with Isaac, having his second attempt at 142.5.
Here it is, second set attempt. Bringing out is Isaac Wallman, 314 pounds for his second attempt. Solid first attempt.
Isaac walking up to 314 pounds.
His first attempt. Lifters are coming out with confidence. This is not practice.
Very fast second attempt.
He needs to put some weight on that bar.
Absolutely.
I would say another 12.5 kilos for him.
He looks like he's still warming up at this point.
Yeah. We got Christopher Muse coming out next with 155. That is a 12.5 kilo jump for him.
Large loaders for against 340 pounds.
Just bare knees on that platform. Very deep squat for him.
Might be the deepest squat of the day.
It might be. I mean, he was nearly on the floor for that one. Michael coming out next with a big 20 kilo jump. That is quite the sizable jump. The strategy Michael may be employing is treating that third attempt as an all-out max-out attempt and the first 2 attempts as warm-up sets, instead of maybe using his first 2 attempts to, provide some placement strategy for him. And that is a good lift for him, 2-1. And we have Brent coming out next, taking a 5 kilo jump after missing his opener. If I do remember, it was on depth.
I believe so. This was a little too high last time. Let's see if he can sink it this time.
And normally I normally wouldn't have people go up after missing their opener, just so they can stay on the board.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't look like he hit depth on that one either, in my opinion, and the referees do agree. That is 3 reds for him, unfortunately. We have Todd coming out next with a pretty sizable jump as well. I'm trying to do the mental math. Is that 17.5 kilos?
17.5 kilos.
17.5 kilos. Quite a sizable jump for him as well. Love the tattoos on his legs. Ooh, that is
Quite a bit
quite
heavier on the
fight.
second one.
I remember his opener moved quite well, but that second attempt was pretty slow. I would maybe go up 5 or 7.5 kilos to make a third. We have Patrick Mans coming out with 195. The dude he also missed this one on depth. So let's hope he gets a little bit lower. I remember it being like almost borderline, like it could have maybe passed, it could have maybe not. It was good from the camera angle, but as we said before, camera angles do hide things very well.
Let's see what happens as he retakes 429 pounds.
And let's hope he gets that depth. I don't know about that one either, honestly.
It's really hard to
Considering
tell
the
from
depth
this angle.
calls have been- Ooh, they passed it though. 2-1, that's a good lift for him. We have Peter Melendez coming out next with a 202.5. That is, I think, 15 kilos up from there. We're coming out our most jacked competitor so far. You guys, he's got some cannons on those arms. And he is opening quite heavy on bench press too, and I fully expected with arms that big. Nice and smooth walkout for Peter. Let's see what he makes of 202.5. He sinks that. A little slow though.
A little bit of a grind there in this midsection.
And it looked like he shifted quite a bit onto one leg, but that is 3 white lights. I don't expect more than 7.5 on that.
That'd probably be the good call for him.
Got Scott Manley coming out next, Mr. Full Red Mohawk Man.
Scott's coming out again, 446 pounds. Be loud, let's show them what we got. Make some noise for Scott.
He's pulling some energy from the crowd.
Put it in the air, Scott, let's go. Oh yeah.
Scott walks out 446
A
pounds.
little bit of a shaky walkout. They're really a toes out position. But he sinks it and makes it look easy.
Very smooth squat.
3 white lights for him. That is a good lift. Congratulations, Scott. And up next, we have Brian Henley with 205 as a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. A pretty, I would say normal jump. I would say that's pretty normal for someone squatting in that range. If you're paying attention to some of the lifters' apparel, a lot of them are wearing a belt, and you'll see primarily 2 styles of belt. You'll see what's called a prong belt and a lever belt. What Brian has on right now is a prong belt. There are 2 categories of prong belts. There's a single and double prong. I would say they're pretty equal in terms of, how commonly you see them. But the main advantage of a prong belt is that they're easily adjustable, and
Absolutely.
you can also share the belt too, like very easily, especially between if you're like sharing with someone in a much heavier, much lighter weight class. The holes allow for much more adjustability
Right.
of the belt. But a lever belt can get a little bit tighter just because of the way the lever works, as well as it has a satisfying click noise. I don't know if anyone watching has a lever belt, but clicking the lever belt's pretty fun.
Yeah, and you can really customize it to your size. But you have to get a screwdriver and undo it and everything if you need to switch to another person. So prong is definitely the way.
But we should note that the SBD belt is almost like the best of both worlds.
Right.
But it does come with quite the hefty price tag.
That
I
is
remember it's almost $300
yes.
for one of them. We have Benjamin coming out next, wearing the SBD belt with 225 kilos on the bar. I do believe he missed his opener on depth, and he decided to retake this one.
A little shaky on that walkout.
I remember it was quite slow as well. Let's see if he can make this a little bit better. Still a little bit slow. His left, our right, it would be high, but it looks like all the referees called it high, unfortunately. We have Michael coming out with a big 227.5 squat. This is 501 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, for a Masters 1 lifter. Keep in mind these lifters, Masters 1 is from 40 to 50, and Masters 2 is from 50 through 60 in age. Getting set under that bar, trying to wiggle himself into position. He's doing a little pump fake on there too. Very narrow, a little bit of a grind, but not bad. He just smiles at the top too.
Absolutely.
We have David coming out next, taking a 10-kilo jump from 225 to 235. We are over the 500-pound range. I believe this is 518. I can't really see the overlay. It is 518.
That is 518.
David rocking a mixed bag of apparel brands with A7 on his sleeves. He has Titan on his singlet. And I can't identify that belt brand, but he does make easy work of 235.
Great second attempt by David.
Now we're back up to the top with our squat third attempts, and then we move on to squat openers after these Flight C. And Flight C, we'll see some exciting things with Flight C. There are all of our equipped lifters in Flight C. There are only 2 equipped lifters though. And there is a very large squat coming out in Flight C as well. We have Isaac coming out with 150, 130, and 142.5 were very easy for him. Let's see what he makes of 150. That moved like a proper second attempt, in my opinion. He definitely has.
I would tend to agree with that.
There, but congratulations, Isaac, on the 3-for-3 day on squat. And you never know. Sometimes they may come in injured and need to go a little more conservative, or their bread and butter might be deadlifts, and squats really, zap their strength for deadlifts. We got Christopher coming out next with 162.5 or 358 pounds on the bar.
Tapping in just about 2 times his body weight.
Christopher still all smiles.
It's just good vibes coming from him.
Very strong vibes.
Come on, Christopher, throw it in the air. Drive it up, drive
Very
it up.
deep
Takes that,
squat.
and it makes it look easy. 3 white lights for him. We have Michael coming out next with 170 kilos.
All right, Michael's coming out. He's up against 375 pounds. his third attempt. 3 for 3 attempts.
Got 375 pounds for Michael.
Swagger music for Michael.
A little tough on that one. Let's see what the judges think. It was good. Brent, he missed his first and second attempt. I believe his was on depth. He still opted to go up, 12.5 kilos. Let's see if he can sink that and still get it up.
This is what I'm talking about. This is not the practice round. We are here to win and take home some hardware. Let's make some noise for Brent. Needs this lift. Coming out throwing 402 pounds on the ball.
182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
Brent Gray's about to get some white lights.
Didn't quite have it in him today. So Brent's going to still be able to go on and bench and deadlift if he opts to, but he will not be able to have a total. Got Todd Bainey coming out to 185 kilos, 407 pounds.
3 for 3 attempts right here.
Not as big of a jump from as his first to his second was. Still taking a 10 kilo jump. Just wasn't there today, unfortunately. Got Patrick Mans coming up next, 197.5. Patrick Mans walking up to 197.5, 435 pounds.
He's gonna nail his third attempt. Come on, Patrick, all you, all you. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Push.
That was a good third. Let's see what the referees say, though. 2 reds, unfortunately. He is able to contest that. I believe it is a little borderline. It might be, they may overturn it, but it would be really a coin toss at that point. Because it looked just on the line. We got Peter Melendez coming out next. Our most jacked competitor here. 210 kilos on the bar for him. Asking to center that bar for him.
At 463 pounds on the bar for Peter.
That was a little heavy for him. He's
A little shaky on that walkout.
And then his neck veins are popping out, but he blows it up.
As long as he can squat it.
A little bit of a fight, but 3 white spread, that is a good lift.
Scott Manley coming up to 210 kilos. Got a state record attempt. 462 pounds. Scott Manley going for the state record attempt.
Look for our first state record right here. Scott Manley. Here we go. Scott
Let's Scott coming out for a state record attempt. Let's see what Scott can do with 210 kilos. He is competing in the 90 kilo body weight division. He gets low. Let's see. He fights for it. Let's see what the referees think about that.
Looks like it's good. New state record attempt is his.
We have Brian Henley coming out next with a pretty sizable 12.5 kilo jump.
Brian Henley coming up to 480 pounds. Brian getting wedged under that bar.
He walks out. It's a little shaky for him, but he might just be, someone who takes his time with it.
Very smooth though.
Yeah, very smooth, very easy.
There it is.
We have Benjamin coming out next. He has missed his opener and his second attempt, unfortunately. And he will need this lift to stay in the meet. If he does miss this lift, he will have to, he will bomb out and he will not be able to register a total. And bombing out is basically when you miss all 3 attempts for a specific discipline. So it's not specific to squat. You can also bomb out in bench press and deadlift. But Benjamin needs to stay in. Benjamin needs to stay in the meet. Let's get behind Benjamin. And his first and second were a little bit slow, but he did get it up. He just needs to get a little bit lower and make sure he hits depth on this one.
See what Benjamin can do.
Go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Hands together, here we go!
He's getting it up. Can he
It's
finish
a grind.
it? Very, very slow, but he gets it up. That is a good lift, 2-1.
He's staying in.
And I'm going to use this opportunity to talk about, attempt selection, right? Because not to say that Benjamin's was bad, but I do think it could have been a little bit better.
Absolutely.
And so how I generally like to plan my own and also as well as my clients' attempts is to start with a third attempt and work backwards, but also make sure, that if there's something that they can hit on a bad day, maybe hit for a set of 4, set of 5, and make sure that it's easy.
Right.
But there could be a lot of things going into play. He could have had a hard cut. He could have had some life circumstances coming into this meet. So it's not to discredit his hard work, but there are some other things that could have happened coming into this meet.
Absolutely.
Michael grinding out 237.5, and that is quite the fight.
The smile at the top.
And that looked good to me. Let's see what the referees think. 2 whites. That is a good lift. That is all you need. And we have David Mueller finishing out this flight. If he hits this, he will go 3 for 3 on squat.
David coming up.
Flight B for us.
534 pounds for David.
Coming in with a little bit more intensity.
Get tough, get tough.
He drops into that hole. Can he get it up? Oh, that was very smooth.
That was smooth for a third.
That looks like it could be a second, potentially even an opener.
Yeah.
He looked like he had maybe 255 on the day.
It was definitely smooth for any attempt on that one.
We have Brian Albert coming out. He is a fellow Georgia resident. Me and Noah are both from Georgia. I was able to talk to Brian earlier, and he did say that he pulled his hamstring 2 or 3 weeks ago, so he's having to take, token lifts. And token lifts are basically lifts that just get you on the board. He does have plans to compete in equipped nationals later this year. But he is a very good bench presser. I do believe he holds the state records for bench press in the equipped division. Smooth opener for Brian. He's just using this to stay on the board. I don't expect him to push the envelope a little much. And we have Jason coming out next with 115 on the bar.
Jason coming up to 253 pounds.
Jason's singing. It looked like he rocked back a little bit on his heels. Let's see what the referees think, though. 3 white lights. Generally, you want to, not lose balance on the squat, just because
Is
you
ideal.
don't really want to fall over. But also, if you keep your full foot on the floor, that allows for better force production too. It allows you to lift more weight if you don't, rock really heavy onto your toes and really heavy on your heels, and keep that bar over midfoot and keep it balanced.
Jason coming up to 120 kilos.
And beltless too. A little bit of a mixed bag with what he's wearing apparel-wise. Got an SBD shirt and singlet. Has A7 knee sleeves and tight wrist wraps. And rocking the Nike Romaleos.
Bring it up, bring it up.
A very smooth opener for Jason. Michael Weber coming out with 140 kilos on the bar.
Michael Weber getting ready to work his 309 pounds first attempt. Rogers on deck, starting.
308 pounds for Michael.
If you guys are really proficient moving, or it's just that I've got all this taking down the panel,
You'll notice that we have a few lifters opting to take the what's called racks in position, where the uprights are moved a little bit in. Would you like to maybe go over some reasons as to why a lifter would take that position?
So some lifters are just so big that it would be a bit of a squeeze trying to get their hands inside the rack. But some people also do it because they tend to shift side to side during the squat, so they might hit the rack. Putting one arm or both arms in can keep that from happening as well during your walkout.
And one thing that people may not consider is that when you start to get to those heavy weights, 225 kilos plus, maybe even 250 plus, the bar ends up starting to bend and whip a little bit. And so when you have the racks in, it kind of takes that slack out of the bar and pre-bends it, so it's not bending as much when you're walking it out.
All right, less of a surprise once you get there.
We got Roger Miller coming out, 165 opener.
A little tough for an opener.
Let's see what the referees think about that. No lift, unfortunately. It looks like he missed on depth. And a referee, I think, did call him for jumping a rack command as well. We have Scott Nelson coming out with 170 kilos on the bar. Nelson has a very, very tall rack height. Rack height 23.
As he gets closer, I can see why too.
They had it last.
He is almost nearing the edge of our top of the screen. He towers over all the spotters and loaders too, and the spotters and loaders are not small people either. Scott makes easy work at 170 kilos, and we have Robert coming up next with 180 kilos. That is a good lift for Scott, by the way.
Looks like Robert is our second equipped lifter for this flight.
397 going on the bar.
We also want to give a quick shout out to Saber, who provided all of our live stream equipment, as well as this very cool digital background overlay that you see on the screen. He runs a lot of the meets in Virginia, and has also provided the platform equipment as well. Robert coming out, I did his equipment check a little bit earlier. He is one of two equipped lifters in this, and I believe he is the only one actually doing squat and deadlift in suits. It's a very unique style of belt where it's kind of a ratcheting system. Very slow, controlled descent. Finds his groove. A little bit slow on the top, but who knows? He might be a slow lifter too.
Good lift for Scott. Sorry, Robert.
We got Luke Fox coming out next, 192 and a half as his opener. He is in our super heavyweight division, which is anyone weighing 140 plus kilos or 308 plus pounds.
Looks like he's also opting to have the arms in on his rack.
You just know he's gonna be a big towering man too.
Rack height 17.
Timer hasn't started yet. Back spotter shoots. Looks like he scores. Luke with a magnificent mustache. And he sinks it. The classic
Very
rebound.
smooth.
Philip Germany coming out next. Love that last name. He's coming out. He is another super heavyweight squatter on rack height 21. Opening up with 195. You can see it is right at like the eye level of that back spotter. And yep, he is quite the man himself. Very, very large man here.
Take it
One
out.
thing you'll notice as well is that his hands are touching the collars of the barbell. They're not allowed to touch the plates on the bar, but they can reach as far as the barbell reaches.
Very fast first squat.
Opener.
May have been called on depth on that one, unfortunately.
We have James Clark coming out with 210 kilos. Still a very tall lifter at rack height 19. 210 kilos is 463 pounds on the bar. Let's see, Jamel, not James, Jamel Clark coming out with 210 kilos. Set the bar a little bit. The bar is loaded for Jamel.
Taking on 463 pounds for an opener.
He is also quite jacked too. he's got some legs on him and some arms on him.
Absolutely.
And a big brace, drops fast and comes up fast. Looks like he has another 20 kilos on that for him.
Absolutely.
That was very smooth for him. And now we have a ginormous squat coming out for Brian Benshu. He's opening with 267.5 kilos. This is just shy of 600 pounds. This is 589 pounds for him.
Definitely going to be the heaviest squat we've had today.
And this is our biggest opener by a long shot too.
Rocking the A7 singlet.
One of our sponsors for this meet. If you need anything powerlifting, go to A7 and shop around there. But Brian gets loads, blows it up too. Oh my goodness.
He's light working at
Big light
267 and a
for him.
half. Excited to see where he goes today with his squat attempts.
We might see our first and potentially only 300 kilogram squat today. That did move very fast, but that would be a lot to ask out of him, but I would like to see it.
It would be very nice to see.
We have Jason coming out with 125 kilos. This is 276 pounds. Close, it's 275.
Second set of attempts underway. Jason's kicking it off against 276 pounds.
Jason walking out 275 pounds.
He gets it up.
Smooth down and back up.
You can see it does rock back a little bit on his heels, and you are allowed to do that. But if your feet move out of position, meaning you step forward or step backwards or step left and right, then that is grounds for a disqualification of the lift. We have Jason coming out from Team Lab. See what he can make of 127.5.
Green one against Jason Johnson. Looking to go 2 for 2 right here.
He is still beltless. I'm wondering if he'll put on a belt for his third attempt or not. Really just opt to go beltless the entire meet.
I would be curious to see that on his third attempt.
The belt is very popular for squat, and I'm curious to see if he was going to wear a belt for deadlift.
Bring it up, Jason. Stay with it.
A bit of a narrow stance. Like a good lift for Jason.
2 for 2.
We have Michael Weaver coming out, 155. Quite a large jump, 15 kilos for him.
See how it pays off.
He'll be working against 342 pounds. 2 for 2 attempts.
The USA headband. Rocking red and black across his entire singlet. Even his shoes are red and black too.
And the backdrop as well.
It's a full color coordination.
Bring it up.
Sinks
Very
in,
smooth.
super
Very
fast.
fast.
You blink, you miss that.
Great lift for Michael.
Some speed right there. Bam, right out of the wall.
And up next we have Roger Miller, squatting 165. He did miss his opener, and he is re-attempting 165.
We're expecting big things on your third attempt.
He did miss his opener on depth. Let's see if he gets this and sinks it a little bit lower.
All right, Roger. Let's do some quick work.
Another black and red singlet day for him. With a little bit of that, the gray accents in his sleeves. He is rocking all A7, one of our sponsors for the meet. He gets a little bit lower. That looks fine to me. Let's see what the referees say, though. 2 whites, good lift for him. This is Scott Nelson coming out next, 182.5 for him. This is breaking the 400-pound barrier for Scott.
Taking on 402 pounds.
Robert, you're up next. Philip, it's you back.
Scott walking up for his second attempt. Getting himself hyped up.
Lock it in, Scott. Here we go.
Scott with a smooth walkout.
Big breath.
Bring it up, bring it up.
There you go, Scott. A very good second attempt. Let's see what the referees think. They love it. 3 white lights from the referees. If you do pay attention to some of the lifters' footwear, you notice that some of them are wearing squat. There's a lot of names: squat shoes, heeled shoes, Olympic weightlifting shoes. But basically, they have a raised heel, and they help with maybe some people that have more limited ankle mobility. You'll notice Robert here is also rocking the squat shoes. Well, a lot of people do rock them if they have issues hitting depth, if they have issues with ankle mobility, or they just simply prefer it more. They do have some drawbacks. One, they have a big drawback to your bank account. I've seen some of them go up to $300, very expensive equipment. But also, some people tend to shift a little bit forward and fall forward when they are in the squat shoes.
Very controlled descent from Robert. And he locks it out.
Let's see what they think. It got caught a little bit, but unfortunately, it's a no lift for him. Robert said he's been doing this for a while. I believe he told me it was 10 years at the equipment check, so he's been doing this for quite a bit.
Definitely no stranger to the sport.
He has 4 pairs of knee wraps. I checked every single one of them just to make sure, but there were a lot of, he just brought out wrap after wrap after wrap. We have Philip Germany coming out with 195 on the bar. A big towering man. He did miss his opener and he opted to stay at this weight. He missed it on depth. Let's see if he will sink this squat or not.
Retaking 430 pounds. With a nice easy walkout.
Come on, Philip. Here we go. Bring it up, bring it up.
And close it up. Let's see what they think, though. Unfortunately, a no lift. They called him on depth again. The two same side referees called him for depth. It looks like he's going to see why they are calling him, or he is contesting it.
Luke walking up to 205, 452 pounds.
Big Fox coming out with 205 with a magnificent mustache. No, you need to grow your mustache out like that.
I wish I could. Very easy second attempt.
3 white lights for him.
3 white lights, 2 for 2.
We have Jamel Clark coming with 230. We're breaking the 500-pound barrier now. Let's see what Jamel can do with this.
Jamel Clark breaking through 500 pounds. Big jump from his first attempt. Bars loaded. We got 8 plates on the platform for Jamel Clark.
Jamel walking up to 507 pounds.
Jamel rocking the A7 singlet, one of our sponsors for this meet.
And aggressive for that second attempt. Some energy from the crowd. Smooth walkout.
Bring it up, bring it up.
And a really
Great
smooth
push
second.
up.
I would say he has maybe 245. That's
I'd
gonna
say
be
so.
my guess, 245 for his third attempt. We have Brian with a ginormous second attempt, 280 kilos on the bar for him.
Ryan coming in with 617.
And we do want to shout out Pioneer as well, one of our big sponsors. You'll see a lot of the lifters rocking their belts, whether it is their Pioneer cut prong belt or the Pioneer adjustable lever. Both are phenomenal products. I personally use the Pioneer adjustable lever, and it has been one of my favorite lever belts to use. I've had mine since 2021, I believe, and it's been through a lot. It's been through many meets, including mine and some friends that I've loaned the belt out to. But it has survived, and Pioneer makes very nice equipment.
Obnoxiously loud music right here.
Brian walking up to 280 kilos, 617 pounds.
Come on, make some noise. What does it take to
Our
get
first and potentially only 600 plus pound squat
Come on,
here.
Brian. Come on, Brian. Stay tight. Here it is, let's make some noise. Put your hands together, 617.
He sinks it and blows it
And
up. Oh my
flies up.
goodness. 3 white lights for him. I'm gonna guess 295 kilos as his third. I think 295, maybe 292 and a half. I got Jason Johnson coming out next, 132 and a half kilos for him. For his third and final attempt for this. We're on the final squats of the day, period. And we will move on to bench press after this. There will be a 10-minute break between squat and bench press. And yeah, stay tuned for that after these big squats finish up. This is also quite a large flight as well. With Jason coming out, beltless again. Looks like he's opting for no belt for all of his squats. I'm curious if he trains in a belt or he just maybe accidentally forgot it and left it at home or something.
I have been in that situation. You know, you drive out to a meet 2 hours away from home, and nobody else's belt quite fits right.
You're just kind of out of luck at that point.
Bring it up, bring it up. Nice.
Jason
Solid
makes
third
light
attempt.
work.
When the even closer instead of the 10, the team setting in.
We got Jason Agi coming out, 137 and a half.
Jason Agney's coming again. He's still 3 on the bar. Breaking through 300 pounds.
See what Jason makes of 303 pounds.
He's breaking that 300-pound barrier, and we are well above 300. We are going to be well above 300 pounds after him.
Come on, Jason, here we go. Last lift, best lift of your day.
Great walkout by Jason.
Bring it up, bring it up.
Looks like he
Just a
may
little bit
have
of
moved
balance.
that foot at the top.
Unfortunately, a no lift because he did step, and I did mention this when he opened up, where he does rock back and forth on his feet, and that's technically not an infraction, but it can lead to balance issues. Just glad that it didn't happen in the hole where things are the most dicey. We got Michael Weber coming out next, 165, just 10 kilos above his second attempt.
Rogers on deck, Scott, your key back.
Michael walking out 363 pounds.
Come on, Michael.
Braces down and
Very
closes
fast.
there. Wow.
Very
Looks
fast
like
for a third.
He has a good bit more in him.
Right, right, nice.
But never know. Some people come into the meets injured and want to take things a little bit slow, a little bit nice and
Absolutely.
easy. Make sure they have enough room in the tank for bench and deadlift. Roger does bring in really great energy. His squats have been a little bit borderline. He was 2-for-1 no lift on his opener and 2-for-1 good lift on his second attempt. Let's hope he makes this undeniable, or at least gets those 2 whites that he needs. And it looks a little bit high, but let's see what the referees think. Yeah, they agree it is a little bit high, unfortunately.
Fortunately, he did get that second attempt, so he's still staying in.
We have Scott Nelson coming out with 12.5 kilo jumps from his second 182.5 to 195, and with a very, very, very tall rack height at rack height 23.
Scott getting ready for 430 pounds.
Let's go, Scott. Let's make this look easy. Make this look nice.
Dial it in, dial it in.
Gonna lock this in, Scott. Let's go. Takes a big brace, squats down.
Bring it up, bring it up.
See, it's a little bit grindy. He's fighting for it.
He kept grinding though.
That looked a little bit dicey, and one referee agrees, but he did get 2 white lights, so that is a good lift for him. We got Robert Mulener coming up next, 195. He did miss 190 keys and decided to go up. What did he miss it on? He missed it on depth. If I do remember, this was right on the line. But with equip lifting, one thing is that they tend to make bigger risks and tend to be like, hey, if we're gonna bomb out, we might as well jump up a few keys and make sure that we at least try our hardest.
Exactly. There's so much technique that goes into equip lifting as well.
Yes, equipped is almost an entirely different sport in my opinion compared to raw.
For sure.
It's incredibly different. Robert finds his groove, gets low, fights through that.
Great grind by Robert.
Let's see what the referees think. 2-1 good lift for Robert. Congratulations, Robert. We have Philip Germany coming out with 195. He needs this lift to stay in the meet. This is his 3rd attempt squat. If he misses this, then he will unfortunately bomb out and will not be able to register a total for this meet. He is still able to bench press and deadlift, but he will need this to stay in the meet and also be eligible for any awards and records.
There it is. That's what I'm talking about, Phil. Now you're ready. Now you're ready. Rock and roll time. 430 pounds versus Philip Germany. We got it. Let's go, Philip.
Go, Philip. Let's sink this. We know you have the strength for it. And it looks a lot lower. Let's see what the referees think. 2 white lights. It is a good lift. Philip is in the meet. Congratulations, Philip. Great work. And Luke jumping up a huge 15 kilo jump.
25 kilo jump. It's a massive jump.
Oh, it's 25. My bad. My math was off. Which is still even bigger than what I thought.
15's a big jump.
But 25 is a really big jump. But Luke
is a
very
big squatter,
man
though.
as well. And his second attempt did move very, very nicely.
Absolutely. Let's see what Mr. Fox can do.
What does the Fox say? The Fox says that 230 is light work. Unfortunately, a no lift, though. We have Jamel Clark coming in with 237.5. Nice little 7.5 jump from his second attempt.
Ryan, is there enough plates in the building? Thanks, that'll be our last lifter. And we're going to take our 10-minute break. We're getting ready. We got 2 lifters.
got Jamel Clark coming out, 237.5 for him. Likely one of our most jacked competitors. See that bicep and tricep separation, some quad separation on that too.
Absolutely.
What do you think if he's going to step on the bodybuilding stage after this?
So he definitely has a chance. Solid walkout.
Big brace and a big squat. Makes that move so smooth. It looks like he had another 7.5 in him. Honestly.
Absolutely. That looked like a solid second attempt.
100% I agree. Seems like he peaked very well for this meet. We got Brian Benchoof coming out with our final squat of the day. This is 290 kilos on the bar.
Just under 640 pounds.
Start this record over, Maestro. Here it is, last flip. Last flip. Put your hands together. This is it.
This is our final lift of the day for squat. We still have bench press and deadlift, ladies and gentlemen, so please stay tuned for that. We'll have a 10-minute break after Brian absolutely blows up 290 kilos. This is 639 pounds.
Massive squat for
A
Brian.
little shy of my 300 kilo prediction, but still a massive 290 pounds, 290 kilo squat for him.
Bring it up, bring it up.
And he blows it up.
What a
Let's see
great
what the
third
referees
attempt.
think. 3 white lights for Brian. Congratulations to everyone who squatted today. We are moving on to bench press. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
We're 6 minutes out, which means you have 3 minutes if you want to change your opener. We're 6 minutes out, 3 minutes if you want to change your opener.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting with bench press. We are opening up the fight with Chris Palmby, 87.5 kilos. And it looks like we're just waiting for the referees to return to the platform to get started. And bars loaded for Chris.
Starts us off, flight A.
A little bit of Pearl Jam playing in the background. Nice smooth opener for Chris. 3
Good
white
first
lights for him.
attempt.
Well, Anthony Elmore coming out with 90 kilos on the bar.
Taking right under 200 pounds for his opener.
Now, while we're on openers, would you like to explain maybe a little bit of the, I guess, how the rules of performance, what are things lifters commonly miss on, the commands, all that stuff?
So bench is definitely one of the more technical lifts. You have 3 commands. You have start, press, and rack. You're not going to get the start command until your elbows are locked and you have the bar unracked. Once you get the start command, you have to bring it to your chest. It has to be stationary for you to get that press command. And then after you get that press command, you have to lock your elbows again to get the rack.
Yeah, Anthony Elmore, he has a little bit of an uneven press, but that is not technically rules for disqualification. But it does look like he did miss, unfortunately, 3 reds on that.
All right, so let's do 3 attempts, just like on the back squat, 3 attempts.
And a few other things to note is that your glutes cannot leave the bench. Your feet cannot come up, meaning that if your toes come up or your heels come up, that is grounds for a disqualification for the lift. And up and down motion is something that people commonly miss on as well when the bar dips up and down. And you'll notice that some lifters opt to have foot blocks, like Jeff over here. There may be a few reasons why they would use foot blocks. The first one would be that their feet can't reach the ground, so they need foot blocks to be able to have their feet flat. 2, they may just prefer an elevated surface to bench on. It's really sometimes personal preference. Sometimes like really short lifters will opt to use foot blocks.
There it is, 3 white
And especially if you're training in more of a commercial gym environment, sometimes those benches do tend to be a little lower. So whenever you get to a competition bench like this, it might be higher than you're used to.
And so that would be a good place to use foot blocks, or a good, I guess, way to use foot blocks. We have Sayu Lin coming out with a 102.5 kilo bench press opener.
We got 226 pounds for his opener.
Sayu with a nice bench press.
Got 3 white lights.
We have Edgar Drake coming out next, 112.5 kilos. One thing that some viewers may not know at home is that there is actually a maximum allowable grip. The rule is that the ring on the bar has to be covered, and that is, I believe it's 81 centimeters in length, but let me double check on that.
Edgar taking right under 250 pounds for his opener.
Yes, the knurl marks. You'll see these rings on the bar where it is smooth and there's knurling around it. Those are 81 centimeters apart. And that is the maximum allowable grip you can take. But most people, you'll notice, are opting for more moderate looking grip. Usually maybe pinky or ring finger on the ring, sometimes a little bit more inside the ring. Unless you're very tall or you're a very technical lifter, most people do not want to go for what's called max legal grip, which is the index finger covering the ring. We have Chad Valentine coming out with a 115 kilo bench press, giving the spotter very crystal clear directions. Communication with your head spotter, especially if you want to have a good lift off, is very important. I'm sure you've run into experiences where lifters don't give you enough information.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really up to the lifter to tell the handoff person how they want the handoff to be.
Especially when you're a lifter who is really reliant on a handoff. I know especially like really good equipped lifters will be very reliant on a handoff. Later in Flight C, Brian Albert is one of those people who is a little bit more reliant on a handoff. You know, he needs that perfect handoff, but when he gets that perfect handoff, he can bench anything. We got Brad coming out next, 120 kilos on the bar. That looks really smooth for Brad. Let's see what they say. 3 white lights for Brad. Congratulations, Brad. We have Danny Thurman coming up next, 130 kilos on the bar. And we're going to have some really big bench presses coming out later.
Figured as soon as I would go take a dump.
He is opening up with 130 kilos, 286 pounds on the bar.
We're going to delete that one, put it in the trash for you. Going to keep the music clean, keep the lifting clean. Here on a great Saturday afternoon at the men's
Got Danny opening up with 286 pounds. The blue flames and the orange shoes.
Very bright colorway. I really dig it.
Against 286.
We have Bradley Babs coming out. He is one of our bench-only athletes. He is opening with 137.5. And then we have a very, very big bench press lined up later with Charlie Page, who is opening with 182.5. This is a state record attempt as his opener for Bradley at 303 pounds.
An 82.5 kilogram weight class. Eyes forward, throws down, let's make some noise and help Bradley get his
Bradley opening with just over 300 pounds.
303 pounds. Let's help him out here. Bench over the athlete, you're only going to see him 3 times today.
Very controlled bench for Bradley. Very easy state record attempt.
State record for Bradley.
It looks like he's just going to have state record after state record after
He's got
state
2 more
record.
attempts.
He's just going to keep chipping away at it today.
His own state record right there. Carlos coming out against 402 pounds. Well north of
A massive opener for Charlie. 402 pounds on the bar.
This is a very big bench press for a 75 kilo lifter.
This is a big lift you're about to see right here.
Let's get behind Charlie. This is a very, very big bench press.
402 pounds opener. Bring it up, Charles. Bring it
Oh,
up.
wow.
Very controlled.
He has a very good bench press. That is like, what, 2.5 times his body weight?
That is
Something like
quite
that.
a big bench.
Pretty crazy.
And for an opener.
I was really hoping it wasn't a misinput like we had earlier with squat, but it looks like he is really just that guy.
Absolutely.
He is just that guy.
And just looking at the forecast, it looks like he may be one of our top 3 benchers today.
198 pounds.
There's a 182 kilo bench is really good even for the super heavyweights. But unfortunately, it looks like Chris had a false start and will likely not get credited this lift, unfortunately. You do need to wait for that start command at the start in order to have a good lift. But we have Anthony Elmore coming out, retaking his missed opener at 90 kilos. Anthony is rocking the A7 singlet, one of our premier sponsors for this meet. Let's hope Anthony has a little bit of a better time with this second attempt. And it looks a little bit better. It is an uneven press, but that is not grounds for disqualification. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. The rule is that the bar cannot dip up and down, but it can be pressed unevenly.
Jeff coming up to 220 pounds, 100 kilos.
All right, Jeff slide number 220.
Jeff coming out with a 100 kilo bench press. He has almost everything he wore on for squat. The wrist wraps, belt, knee sleeves, and squat shoes, which is allowed. That is technically allowed within the rule book, and that is a good lift for Jeff as well, 3 white lights. And we do have Sayu Lin come out with 107.5 on the bar for him.
Looks like he's going for a state record attempt, 237 pounds.
Sayu is in the Masters 2 division, meaning he is age 50 through 60. My apologies. And he's pushing
Hard
right
press.
through that. Did he push through that sticking point? Or will he? Oh, his
Just couldn't get it today.
a little bit. Let's hope he hits that third attempt. It would be tragic if he misses. If he only went 1 for 3 on squat and bench press.
Absolutely.
We have Brad coming out next with 125 on the bar, 275.6 pounds.
£276 for Brad on the bar. 2
Rocking
reds.
an SPD singlet and some Nike shoes. You could say Brad Prosper is very prosperous. That was bad. My apologies to anyone listening out. We have Edgar Drake coming out next, 125 kilos again. Love the name though. Edgar Drake, like, I don't know, like I'm having that kind of name. So much aura. Edgar doing a self handoff here. You are not required to you are not required to do a self handoff, but you are also not required to receive a handoff. It is really up to you. And I know in some other powerlifting federations, they allow anyone to give a handoff, but here in USA Powerlifting, you must receive a handoff from one of the squatting and loading crew.
He's ready, fired up.
We have Chad Valentine coming out with 125 kilos on the bar. Let's see what he can do with this.
Come on, Chad, throw it in the air. Here we go.
10 kilo jump for Chad. 275 pounds.
Drive it up, drive it up.
Good press for Chad.
presses right through that. Big white lights for Chad. Congratulations, Chad. We have Danny Thurman coming out next.
Another 10 kilo jump for Danny. Right at 309 pounds.
Mr. Blue Flame Singlet himself in traffic cone shoes. You see Danny, if you watch his hands closely, he is opting for what's called a bulldog grip. And basically it sits more across the heel of your palm and puts you into more internal rotation. The bulldog grip will allow you to kind of leverage your pecs a little bit better, as well as stack your joints and maybe decrease a little bit of range of motion. It is definitely not for everyone. It is more favorable for our wider grip bench pressers. Like Danny, but we have Bradley coming out with 150 kilos on the bar. This is a state record attempt for Bradley. He is one of our bench-only athletes.
Taking 330 pounds for his second attempt.
Got the cool liquid gold in the background. Bring it up, Bradley.
Kenny brings it up. Kenny
A little
pushes it through.
tough in that midpoint.
Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 reds, unfortunately. It looks like there was some up and down motion. We got Charlie Page, our resident big bencher here. I'm curious if he has an equipped background, Charlie over here, and I'm wondering if he's benching more than this.
The state record attempt that he broke it 20 minutes ago. Here he comes, 408 on the bar. State record attempt.
408 pounds for Charlie.
Charlie getting himself set.
Almost 2.5 times his body weight.
Charlie Page actually has quite the extensive history. He has been almost entirely all bench press only. Actually, his entire powerlifting career has been bench press only. And his best bench is 192.5 kilos. And he's just 7.5 below. Let's see if he breaks this PR. He's pushing through, but it looks like he can't get it through, unfortunately.
Make some noise for him. These athletes are not leaving anything on the platform except this is not the practice round. We are fully engaged right here. All right, slide A, taking their third trip around.
Chris starting up our third attempts at 90 kilos.
Bench press.
Just under 200 pounds on the bar.
Chris coming out with 90 kilos. He did miss his second attempt. I do believe it was due to a jumped command. And I do believe that he does have the strength for this. I mean, 87.5 moved well. I do believe he actually got 90. He just jumped the command. Pretty smooth, a little bit slow, but a smooth bench press.
For sure. It's a good lift.
And we have Anthony Elmore coming out, 95 kilos on the bar.
209 pounds for Anthony.
Rocking the A7. It looks like he's rocking Avance's shoes as well.
8-7 wrist straps.
Just an A7 guy.
Absolutely. Just didn't have enough strength to get that 95 up.
Keeping the lift to a save, our top priority.
Jeff coming out next. We'll put out 2.5 for his third attempt. This is 226 pounds for him.
Jeff taking 102.5 kilos.
Drive it up.
And it
blows
flies.
into the water. Let's see what the referees think. 25 legs for him. Congratulations, Jeff, for 3 for 3 bench press day.
So you coming out. 337 getting loaded up. Brad, you're on deck. Thank you. Two back.
We got Sayulid coming out with his third attempt at 107.5. He did miss this on his second. Let's hope he hits this. It looked like he may have potentially gotten out of his groove and may have touched a little bit weird on his chest, may have sat a little bit weird on his hands. There's a lot of like tiny little details that could go wrong with bench press that Sayu may have experienced.
Drive it up.
He pushes right through. Can he lock it
He
out?
grinds through it.
And it looks like I was correct. He just misgrooved a little bit and was just got into his
Absolutely.
into his strongest position and pattern.
That state record is now his.
We got Brad Prosper. Let's hope he prospers.
Better landing than the last time.
That was much better than last time.
So we have third attempts.
Slides under 281.
Brad taking 127.5, 381 pounds.
Drive it up.
And he
Brad.
pushed it
Always
through.
Push.
Oh, it looks like he's not there for him on the day.
Look for that 6 for 6.
We got Edgar Drake coming out next with 130 kilos on the bar. Let's see what Edgar has to offer for us for this third attempt. He did take a 5-kilo jump, and I do remember 125. Moving quite smoothly, not exactly fast, but pretty smooth. Let's see if he can grind this out and push for something great.
Taking on 286 pounds.
Drive it up. Drive
He's
it up.
pushing it through, and it was smooth again.
Definitely had some more kilos in the tank.
I'd say maybe 135 was there for him. But then even teetering into the 137.5 and breaking the 300-pound barrier.
Absolutely.
But as you know, with bench press, those small jumps can sometimes kill you.
Chad taking a large jump as well. Going from a 10-kilo jump to a 12.5-kilo jump to try to get that state record attempt.
That is quite a big jump. But 137 is no small bench press, especially for a Masters 175-kilo lifter.
Come on, Chad. Lock it in, baby. Lock it in.
303 pounds on the bar for Chad.
Okay, push it up. Looks like he's grinding through
He's
it.
grinding.
Will he get it up?
Just couldn't get it today.
Looks like he hit that sticking point and it just would not. It just stuck.
Absolutely.
It's just stuck. It's like there was a magnet just attached to it. We have Danny coming on next with 145 kilos on the bar, almost 320 pounds.
Danny's getting locked in against 320 pounds, getting himself set up.
Let's see what Danny can do with 145 in his hands.
Drive it up, Danny, all the way.
Very nice bench.
Great
It's a
press
very
on Danny.
technical bench press, actually. Very clean technique.
Very good technique.
He does what's called a soft touch bench press. So with bench pressing, there are two, I guess, distinct styles of bench pressing. One is the soft touch, and one is the sink and press. And so with sinking, you bring it down to your chest and almost sink it into your chest and wait for that press command. It should be noted that if you touch your chest, get the press command, and sink it further into your chest, you can be red lighted for that.
Great press for Bradley, taking 150
Bradley
again.
makes easy work at 150. Let's see what the referees think. 3 white lines and a new state record for Bradley. We have Charlie Page coming out with 185 on the bar. Let's see if he can make 185 move.
Number 3.
But going back to the soft touch versus sink press. Soft touch is exactly how it sounds. You kind of bring the bar down to your chest, softly touch your chest, and hope that the bar settles fast enough to where the chief referee will give you that press command. Both styles have their own drawbacks and have their own benefits, and it should be more so up to the lifter and what they prefer and what they're strongest at. Because at the end of the day, it's your goal to move the most amount of weight possible.
All right, Charlie, the time run out. That's the end of flight A. Flight B's coming up.
So Charlie's gonna let the timer run out.
As soon as the timer runs down.
Yeah, and it seems like Charlie is letting that timer run down. I think 185 was just too heavy for him, and he's just letting the timer run down for it. But after Charlie's timer runs down, we're moving on to Flight B, and we are Isaac Watman is opening up the flight with 105 kilos, which is 231 pounds.
All right, carrying it down. We'll start it over. Second trip around the sun here for Flight B. Isaac Watman's going to kick us off with a 4x4 attempt. He's looking at 232 pounds. That's going down.
Isaac starting off Flight B, 105 kilos on the bar, 231 pounds.
Fire doors.
Opting for no help on the liftoff. Looks like a good press for Isaac. Let's see what the referees say. And they agree. Some lifters do opt to not have a handoff. Sometimes in your training, if you're not used to like how someone gives a handoff, it could throw you off once you get to competition and you don't know who your spotter is. And then you're trying to tell them how you like your handoff, but it's not quite going to be the same. So some lifters do opt to not take the handoff. Todd taking 117.5, 259 pounds. Smooth press for Todd. Got 2 white lights. Michael up next, taking 120 kilos, 265 pounds. Smooth opener for Michael. Scott Manley up next, taking the same weight.
Michael picks up 3 white lights. On his road for Scott against 265 pounds.
See what Scott makes of this 120.
So stop right in the air, baby.
Very controlled descent for Scott.
Drive it up.
Clean press. Got Brent coming up next, 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
Brent's coming out, doing work against 276 pounds. Bar loaded.
Very smooth opener for Brent. And he got 3 white lights.
Christopher Hughes looking to go 4 for 4. Michael's up next, looking to go 4 for 4. Green across the board, coming up.
And Christopher opening up with 125 kilos. Same weight as Brent.
And Christopher coming out with a 125 kilo bench press opener. And Christopher makes that bench press look really easy. 3 white lights for Christopher. We have Michael coming out next with 130 kilos on the bar.
286 pounds for Michael.
We do have some really big bench pressers this session. If you're looking ahead, you'll notice some very big bench pressers in this Flight B and in Flight C. Flight C has some really big bench presses lining up. Those will be an exciting bench press to watch unfold.
Drive it up.
Very fast opener for Michael.
Michael makes that move really nicely. I just want to give a quick shout out to our spotting and loading team. They hail from Blue Mountain Christian University, which is in I believe, the northern part of Mississippi. Very, very strong college. They have, they're nationally placed at collegiate nationals, and some very talented, especially equipped lifters on their team. But we have Brian Henley coming out next with 137.5 kilos, being our first man to break the 300-pound barrier in this flight. Very controlled descent. Let's see what the referees think about that. And a very, very close grip. With 3 white lights for Brian. We got David coming out next, matching Brian's weight at 137.5 with or 303 pounds. Very smooth opener for David.
Fast opener.
And that is exactly how openers should
Another
move.
good lift. Taking them down one by one.
Patrick Mann's coming up next, 142.5 kilos,
Patrick's
314 pounds on the bar.
314 pounds. Middle of flight B. Green across the board.
You know, Patrick Mann's coming out 142.5. This is 314 pounds, just shy of the legendary coveted 3 plates. If you are familiar with the pound plate math. Smooth, little bit of work for Patrick, but smooth nonetheless. I would estimate maybe 5 kilo jumps moving up and down, or moving up for him.
All right, good
We got
lift.
Benjamin Rowe coming up, 145 on the bar for him.
320 pounds on the bar for Benjamin.
And this is the second to last bench presser, and after we will have Peter Melendez closing out the flight with 160
320 on
kilos
the
on the
bar for
bar.
Brendan. Let's bring some oxygen back in the room. Let's make some noise. Eyes up, eyes forward. Here we go. 320 on the bar for this M1 lifter. Drive it up.
And a smooth opener for Benjamin, 145 kilos.
All right, good
Moved like
work.
air for him.
Again, 320 pounds look light.
Melendez coming up with 160 kilos on the bar for him. He, his personal best is 167.5. I'm curious if he will break that personal best today. If you pull up his competition history, he has tried to break that 167.5 mark for quite a while now. His best being, he's tried 170 in multiple meets. Let's see if he can hit it this time around. Peter with a very technical bench, but also very long range of motion.
A little
Very
tough for an
technical
opener.
sound bench too. Let's see. Green white lights for Peter. And it looks like it looks like he's on track to maybe break that personal best at 167.5. What do you think?
I think it'd be a great day to break it. I think he's definitely got it in the tank, so we'll see what happens as the second and third attempts come through.
Historically, he's jumped to 165 and then would go to 170. I'm going to take a wager that he's going to try the same thing this time around. Take 165 for a second and 170 for that third attempt. Obviously, you want to take what's there on the day, especially if you're fighting for a best overall position or a podium spot. And bench press is not exactly that lift to take risks on.
Right.
Just because sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze in bench press.
Drive it up.
Good press from Isaac. Just shy of 250 pounds.
There it is. Green white lights.
Very nice press from Isaac.
Another day.
And we have Scott Manley coming out next, 127.5 for him.
Invitational 2025 edition.
Nothing more manly than a bench press.
Tennessee, the city by the river.
I mean, the first thing you ask another gym bro is how much you bench, right?
I usually ask squat, but I'm a little biased.
Down to the air, the bar is loaded.
And you are quite a good squatter, I'm not gonna lie.
Make some noise for Scott. He likes you to bring down the house. Don't make him ask for it. That's what we're here
Scott
for.
coming out,
Let's go, Scott.
bringing that energy in the all red fit.
281. 5 to 5 sets.
Slow and controlled descent.
Drive it up.
He's pushing it up.
Little
See what the
shaky on the
referee
press.
says. I do agree, it was a little bit shaky. Get that John Cena, you can't see me emote. I got Todd Bainey coming out, matching 127.5.
$10-kilo jump for Todd.
Seems like he may have jumped that command, but let's see. Unfortunately, he did jump that start command.
Strength was definitely there.
I think
Just-
that is one instance where I would maybe be comfortable jumping up. Maybe a little bit of a smaller jump, but I would be definitely comfortable jumping up just because that did move really nicely. He just missed it on a command. We got Christopher Hughes coming out next, 130 kilos, 5-kilo jump for him. Taking his time, digging his back into that bench.
Drive it up.
Still very
smooth
fast.
for him. Yes, I agree. A lot of range of motion though. Wonder how good his deadlift is if he has that much range of motion.
Brent coming up next, 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds.
Just as a reminder for people at home, these lifters are Masters 1 and 2 lifters. Masters 1 being ages 40 through 50, and Masters 2 being 50 through 60.
Solid set of attempts here on
2 to 1 for Brent.
second set of attempts.
We have Michael coming out next, 135 keys on the bar. Like, he's covering the camera a little bit, but he moved out of the way. We have a 15 kilo jump, which is quite the sizable jump on bench press. Well, Michael did historically on squat take really big jumps as well. He took a 20 kilo jump from opener to second, and he's taking a 15 from first to second for bench press.
It was slow, but it was steady.
I agree, and I'm thinking he's going to jump maybe 5 kilos this time around.
5 for 5.
We got Michael coming up next, 137.5 kilos, breaking into the 303-pound barrier. Rocking that A7 single with the purple streak on the side.
The purple accent socks as well.
Kind of reminds me of the grimace from McDonald's.
It was a very nice theme.
Bring it up, Mike, bring it up.
And he's pushing it through.
A little
He
tough
hits
at that
50
mid
point.
part.
He might have got some downward motion, but the referees think that it was good. Remember that it can halt, but it cannot dip down. If it dips down, you be called for downward motion. But in Michael's case, he did not dip up and down, so he did not get called for up and down motion. We got Brian Henley coming up next, taking a 7.5 kilo jump from 137.5 to 145.
At 320 pounds for Brian. Very controlled.
Drive it up. Stay with it. Right hand.
A little bit of an uneven press. Let's see what the referees think about that. 2 reds, unfortunately. There was an up and down motion there.
Looks like he had just a little bit of up and down on the right arm.
We got David coming out next, matching the same weight, 145 kilos, 319.7 pounds. David wants to lift off himself. I don't know, are you someone that likes to receive a handoff, or do you prefer, to do a self-lift off?
I've been a little back and forth recently. States, I actually opted for liftoff on the first 2 attempts. Second attempt got stuck, but I did a self handoff on the third and managed to grind through it. It's a little more consistent if you do your own handoff.
I do agree with that. Personally, I do a self-lift off as well, just because I don't like to leave it up to fate for, I don't like to hope that there's a good handoff person on the platform.
Absolutely.
Even though I could likely bench press a little bit better with the handoff, I could potentially bench press even worse with a bad handoff.
Right.
Patrick Mann's pushing through that. Does he have it in him? Can he grind it? Oh, no, it looks like he cannot.
Big attempt right there. Laid it out.
Really big grind for him. Let's see if he can recoup and retake that again. looked like it did take a good bit out of him. He may end up scratching that third. We'll see when he puts in on lifting cast. But we do have Benjamin Rowe coming up, 155 kilos on the bar, 341, just shy of 342. Benjamin Rowe coming out.
And 341 pounds.
And kind of like a color palette. It's kind of all over the place. Some red, some black, some blue. Now Benjamin, as I spoke before about bench press styles, does utilize that sink press. You'll see that he brings that bar into his chest. You kind of see like the skin around the barbell, you know, fold up a little bit and kind of create a little bit of a valley in his chest. With Peter Melendez taking what I predicted at 165, I think if this moves well, he is going to try for that 170 and break his personal best. Because right now he has only his best competition bench press is 167.5 kilos. And Peter will be closing this flight out, and we will be going back to the top for our third attempt for flight B, and then we will move on to flight C's bench press, where there'll be some really big bench presses. But Peter pushes through.
A little bit of a grinder on that one.
Yeah, 170 would be a shot in the dark, but I think he looks like he's willing to take that chance.
Absolutely. Especially if you come all this way.
He looks like a gambling man. Let's see what Peter puts in. Bar is loaded for Isaac, though, 117.5 on the bar for him. This is 259 pounds, just shy of 260. And Isaac, unfortunately, that was a little bit too heavy for him on the day.
115 may have been there, but
We got Todd Beatty coming out next, 127.5 kilos on the bar for him. He's retaking the second attempt. And this is 281 pounds. We just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors on the platform. They're from Blue Mountain Christian University out of Mississippi. They drove all this way to Chattanooga, Tennessee to spot and load. It's a big shout out to them, keeping our lifters safe and keeping their feet running smoothly. Todd Beatty, can he push through? That looks good, but his feet may have shifted a little bit. Let's see what the referees think. Unfortunately, it looks like his feet did lift off. It is in the rule book that you must keep your feet planted on the floor to your shoe's best ability, meaning that if your heel comes up or your toes come up, that is grounds for a red light. That's Scott Manley coming out next, 132.5 for him on the bar. Coming out with some intensity and rocking that perfect mohawk.
292 pounds on the bar.
A whole lot of red on that bar and a whole lot of red on him. Brings it down, kind of almost like an equip lifter, like very slow, almost like he's trying to pull a bench shirt. Hey, push through with that. Unfortunately, he cannot. Makes you wonder that if he sped up his descent a little bit more, would he have the energy to press it?
Absolutely.
Might be something worth looking at for his training when he gets back into the lab. We got Christopher Buse coming out, 135 on the bar for him. just
Two.
shy of 300 pounds. He's tapping up all the spars and loaders. Just good vibes, good energy from Christopher.
All right, let's make some noise. Let's fire up to be out here. Let's help him out. Bring home a 66 attempt. Come on, Christopher, throw it in the air.
He is incredibly lean. You can see that muscle separation on his forearms and his calves too.
Drive it up.
He pushes through. Can he make it though? Unfortunately, it looks like it's a little
It's
bit
not
too
there
heavy
today.
for him.
Big fight there. Nobody goes down easy right here in the third set of attempts.
Great attempt.
Big fight.
And it looks like we have Michael Mayer coming up next. Can he break the streak of missed third attempts? So far, everyone has missed their third attempt in this flight. Will he break this streak? It is just 2.5 keys above his second. I don't quite remember how his second moved, so
Drive it
he's
up.
pushing through. Will he make it through? It looks like he pushes through that sticking point. Does he break this streak? Let's see the whites. 3 white lights
got
for him.
whites.
Congratulations. You are the first third attempt bench press made for this flight. Next we have Brent coming up with a 7.5 kilo jump up to 140 keys.
Thinking 308 pounds for Brent.
On the bar.
And he blows it up. Can he lock it out though?
Sticks a little at the middle, but manages to lock it out.
Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 whites for him. Congratulations, Brent.
Nice. That's a highlight.
And Michael marks our halfway mark through Flight B. Please stay tuned for Flight C, where we will see some very, very big bench pressers coming up. And after Flight C is over, we have a 10-minute break going into deadlifts. And you know what they say, the beat doesn't start until the bar's on the floor.
66 attempt for Michael Justice. Up against 309.
Michael taking a small 2.5 kilo jump. I do remember 137 moving quite slow for him. So this might be the smart move. Push through, Michael. Can he push through
He's
it?
grinding through.
Got a little stuck, but it's 3 white lights for Michael. Congratulations, Michael, for the 3 for 3 bench shake. We have Brian Henley coming up next, 145 kilos on the bar.
320. Patrick David Benjamin. Next for Paul Bird.
$320
Very
pounds.
close grip.
This is a very close grip.
Can he push through? Looks like he does. Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 white lights for Brian. Congratulations, Brian. Patrick Mann's coming on next, 150 kilos. I do remember this one moving quite slow for him.
See if he can push through with 150 kilos this time.
Patrick taking his time setting up, running that timer down a little bit. Bench press does notoriously take the longest amount of time in terms of the 3 disciplines. And he pushed through. Looked like he got it up. His butt may have lifted off the bench though. Looks like it did not. 3 white lights. We have David coming out next with 152.5 for his third attempt.
336 pounds.
Let's see what David can do with his 152.5 kilo bench
Getting
press.
hyped up.
David is pushing through, grinding right through that, but that was
Very nice
almost a
attempt.
picture perfect third.
And 3 white lights.
We have Benjamin Rowe coming up next, 160 kilos on that bar.
353 pounds on the bar for Benjamin.
Lock it in, Benjamin. Lock it in.
Benjamin Rowe coming out, getting set and running that timer down a little bit.
Bring it up, bring it up.
Oh, he's pushing through.
Strong
Very
press for
smooth
Benjamin.
third.
Good lift.
Good lights for Benjamin, and we have our favorite boy Peter coming out for the final bench press of Flight B. This will be a personal best for Peter, breaking his best competition bench press by 2.5 keys. I'm sure he's hit this many times in training. He just needed to lock it in for competition.
Little north of 2 times his body weight.
Let's see if he can break through his PR.
Right after Peter runs out this flight, we have Flight C coming up afterwards. He's at Stewart Command. Can he push through? Will he make it? Will he beat his personal best? He's grinding right through that. Oh, what a fight! Oh, unfortunately,
Couldn't quite get it
he
today.
lost it. He lost it right at lockout, unfortunately. Great try from Peter. He will definitely get this one next time.
With him. We can roll on platform here. Third set of attempts. It's go big or go home.
And normally when you see people miss that lockout, it's usually due to
All right, shake it out.
tricep
Here we
strength.
go. Flight C is about to begin.
A lot of people, well, I wouldn't say neglect triceps, but kind of don't think that triceps play as big of a role as they do, but they play a huge role when locking your bench press out.
Jason starting out Flight C. 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds.
All right, Jason's up against 171. My money's on Jason right here on his first attempt.
Flight C with Jason. Very smooth opener for him. His record is quite low. Unfortunately, he does miss it 2-1.
Scott coming up next. 105 kilos, 231 pounds.
Nelson's out against 231.
Scott facing off with 105 in his hands. And wins the battle easily.
Very fast first attempt.
Jason Johnson coming out next, 117.5 on the bar for him.
Jason's coming out against 259 pounds.
Jason does not want a handoff. He looks like one of the guys that would maybe had bad experiences with getting handoffs at meets, or even just at the gym, and just said, you know what, I don't need a handoff anymore. I'm gonna learn how to.
I can do it myself.
259 against Jason Johnson.
Picking up 117.5.
L18, got some teams here today.
Right through, very smooth opener for him.
Team competition for taking one back squat, one bench, and one deadlift.
Roger coming up next, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds.
Mash that together, put it in the calculator, see what comes out. We're going to have best teams. Got some prizes here on the prize table for them.
Roger Miller coming out 122.5 for him.
Energy in the back as they're rooting for each other throughout the day. Roger Miller's up against 270 pounds his first attempt.
Roger Miller got 122.5 in his hands and pushes right through it.
There it is, good opener.
Luke Fox coming up next, opening with 314 pounds, 142.5 kilos.
He's got a 3-plate date for him up ahead. Or close to one. It's just a pound shy of a 3-plate date.
You can see the chalk coming off of his back. A lot of lifters use chalk to keep from sliding on the bench. Very fast opener.
Yes, I agree. Very easy opener for him. And with ER benches, they're notoriously slick, especially if you use kind of an older one. They notoriously get very slick and slippery, especially if they're
331 pounds, but not for long.
We have Jamel Clark coming up next, 150 kilos on the bar for him, 330 pounds. Let's see what Jamel can do with 150 kilos. One of our more muscular competitors. Trying to get slid into place, push himself into that bench.
Taking on 330 pounds. Making it look light.
Very smooth, 330.
Strong first attempt.
Moving on to Robert, who's opening up with 152.5.
Hard throws for Robert. Good lift. He's got a bench turn on.
Spartan loaders are very fast.
All lifter is. Experts under tension. Spotter of the loader is going to be.
Looks like Robert's one of our equipped lifters. They give very specific instructions on his handoff.
I mean, equipped lifting does kind of require that. Like, equipped is a very technical lift, and especially bench press, you need to find that groove. And it's pretty reliant on how you pull your bench shirt, how your bar path going down, stuff like that. Even your bar path going up. Seemingly a very good handoff. Let's see if Robert agrees by smashing this lift.
Pulling that bar down to his chest.
Drive it up.
He blows it up. Congratulations, Robert, for getting on the board. Yes, 3 white last for Robert. Congratulations. One thing about the bench shirt is that you kind of almost have to fight it. I don't know if you've ever benched in a bench shirt, or if any of the viewers at home have benched in a bench shirt. But if you've ever used a slingshot before, a slingshot's like a less supportive version of the bench shirt. But the bench shirt, you have to almost fight the bar to get down, and very rarely you'll see this in raw lifting where you get a red light for not touching your chest with the bar. But in equip lifting, it's a little bit more common, and that's due to the bencher and how restrictive it is. You got Brian coming out 155. A nice and smooth 155. Let's see what the referees think about that.
341 pounds look easy.
2 whites for Brian. And up next we have Michael Weber, also with a 155 preload bench press.
Taking that 341 pounds.
We got 342 on the bar.
Michael, one of our bigger lifters, competing in the 140 division.
'Very quick. That was a very quick one.
Good first attempt.
We got Philip Germany coming out next, 165 pounds in his hands, 363.8 pounds.
Weight might be the same, but off doesn't feel the same.
Opting to use foot blocks this time around.
Philip coming out at 364 pounds.
£363 on the bar for Philip.
For the viewers at home, you'll notice that Philip has these loops in his wrist straps. They're called thumb loops, and they are not allowed to be worn around the fingers. They have to either be tucked into the wrist strap or just hanging out like Philip is. You're not allowed to wear the thumb loops on the wrist straps.
Bring it up, Philip.
And he pushes through and it looks easy. Let's see what the referees think. 3 white lights for him. We have Brian Albert coming out next. This is an American record attempt for the 75 kilo weight class.
Almost
Talk
420.
about Brian a little bit earlier. He does come from Georgia, and he is a very technical, equipped bench presser. He needs a very specific handoff, and he's also just a very go easy kind of guy, very relaxed and chill kind of guy. I personally like Brian.
Very big bencher too.
Brian, come on out, go to the airport. American record attempt. American record. Get a hand.
Yeah, every time I see his name on the roster, I get excited to see what he's going to press.
I missed that one during the prep meeting. Here we go, Brian.
Looks like he's opening with an American record attempt.
See what Brian Albert has in store for us. That clock is running low. It's at 15 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
And he gets it up. Let's see what the referees think about that. I might have saw some downward motion there. Oh,
He got it.
Lights, though.
He took
Maybe
it.
it just halted a little bit, but he is on the board. Normally he misses his openers from just what I've seen in the past.
Great press from Brian.
Jason coming out next. He did miss his opener. He is going to need to hit the second attempt.
All these lifters vying for the hardware here on the table.
Brings it on with a lot of control. And makes it look smooth. Let's see what the referees think.
3 white lights.
Coming out next, 115 kilos on the bar, 253 pounds.
10-kilo jump for Scott.
Very smooth descent, but that is a fight coming off his chest.
Just getting stuck off the chest. Gonna be
That was a little bit of a miscommunication. He has 115 in him, but Jason Johnson coming out next, 122 and a half on the bar. The clock is running down for Jason.
taking a 5-kilo jump for Jason. 270 pounds on the bar.
5 for 5 attempts right here.
Brings that bar out. Let's see what he can do with 122 and a half. A little slow, a little bit of work, but looks like he has a little bit more, maybe 125. If he wants to be safe, 147 if he wants to gamble.
I can see him chipping away at it with a 2.5-kilo jump.
No, Roger Miller coming up next, taking a 5-kilo jump from 122 and a half to 127.5.
281 pounds on the bar. See what Roger makes of his second attempt.
Really fast descent, but also a very fast press. Let's see what the referee's saying. 3 white lights for Roger. That's a little bit on the backside compared to what we've seen typically.
Absolutely.
Even me personally has a very fast descent, but he makes it and makes it look really good. And next up we have Jamel Clark with 157.5.
Taking
Nice
347.
Well, slow to Jamel only gets 347 pounds, ready to rock and roll. So Jamel, throw it in the air. 5 for 5 attempts right here.
Let's see what Jamel has in store for us with the 157.5. He has been a phenomenal lifter today. He's been undeniable with excellent attempt selection.
Bring it up, bring it up.
A little slow, a little bit of work, maybe another 5 kilos in on him.
Yeah, I can see another 2.5 to 5 kilos. But so far, he's all greens today.
We have Brian Benshoof coming out next. 162.5 or 358.3 kilos on the bar for him.
Brian's going to do work against 358 pounds.
Let's see what Brian has in store for us with this bench press. The numbers Brian is putting up in the 110 class would be competitive even in the open division. He's just strong overall regardless of age. I think his age just makes it even more impressive. And Brian just makes this look really easy.
Absolutely. It looks like he's going to be opening deadlifts with a 290 kilo. It's going to be a massive. 172.5 kilos. And the block's adjusted before he sets up.
Drive it up, Phil. Drive it up. Stay with it.
A little bit of a grinder, but he locks it out.
All right.
3 wet lights. Got Brian Albert adding on 6 kilos for his second attempt. Attempting a world state record. Sorry, world record attempt.
Maestro, let's pick up the tempo here. We got 432 pounds on the bar.
World record attempt for Brian at 432 pounds.
Weight appropriate music. Bar is over 432 pounds. Come on, Brian. Come on, Brian.
Brian getting set up. 196 kilos.
Come on, Brian. Stay tight. You got it.
3, 2, 1.
Massive press from Brian. And he gets it. Adds another 6 kilos to his total. Gets that world record. The massive press from Brian. Got Jason rounding out third attempts. 90 kilos on the bar. 198 pounds.
Get love song music. Imagine what he's going to do when we have some rock and roll for his third attempt. That is a big lift right there. Here we go. We're here for benching. This is it for the day. Third attempt, class C. Get ready for it.
I asked for a playlist a month ago.
Maestro, we need some music.
And before the session, she's like, "Hey, just read it." I'm like, "Oh, okay, great."
Jason grinding out 90 kilos. Wasn't quite there though. Good attempt from Jason. Scott coming up next, 115 kilos. 253 pounds.
Scott's coming out again, 253 pounds.
Scott getting set up, 115 kilos. Trying to retake it.
Drive it up, Scott. Drive it up.
Tough off the chest. Can't quite get through. Good attempt from Scott.
Nothing. Everything's on the platform right now. We finish up those
Yeah, Jason coming up next, 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
We gotta keep the energy in the building.
Trying to chip up on his total with 2.5 kilo jump.
6 for 6 attempt right here. Bar loading. 276 defiant solo. Here we come.
Is set up for 125 kilos. Jason Johnson.
Jason taking just a small 2.5 kilo jump. I do believe his 122.5 was a little bit of work. And so let's get behind Jason for his third attempt bench press.
Smooth on rack from Jason.
it up, Jason. Bring it up all the way.
Nice third attempt from him.
May have had another 2.5 kilos in the tank. Would have been close.
I'd be inclined to say so as well. We have Roger Miller coming out with a pretty sizable jump, 15 kilos on the bar. I normally wouldn't advise such a big jump from second to third, especially if he took a small jump from first to second. But let's see what he does.
There we go.
Let's get behind Roger. 127 was quite fast though, if I do remember correctly. I don't know about 15 kilo jump fast.
15 is a pretty big jump after doing a 5 kilo jump. Let's see if Roger can do it.
Already rocking a little bit in his hands.
Just jumped that press command as well.
Heavy for him. Jamel Clark going up a chip to 160, taking a small jump there.
David, go some old rock and roll after this one. Go some old rock and roll. All right. There's some big lifts coming up. Third and 10.
Well, Clark with the 160 third attempt.
Tough press.
Very grindy. He's fighting for it, and he locks it out. That is the perfect third attempt call. Let's see what the referees think about that. 2-1.
Two
Good
whites.
lift for him. The side referee did see some up and down motion. I definitely saw a little bit of up and down motion as well, but all he needs is 2-1. We have Brian coming out with a small 2.5 kilo jump to 165. There are a lot of big bench presses coming up later in this fight as well. We have Brian coming up next. I do believe he might be the favorite to win best overall for males.
Yeah.
Come on, Brian.
He's pushing it back up.
It,
Unfortunately, he cannot make that up. That was a very good try from Brian. He will not be missing too many kilos. He will only be missing 2.5 kilos on the bar, or on his total for him, which is very fortunate, especially if he's gunning for that best overall placing. But now, we have Robert coming out with 2.5 above what Brian hit.
taking 369 pounds.
So Robert gets that perfect handoff that he needs for his bench press. He's pulling that shirt. He's bringing it back down to his chest. Let's see if he can get it off his chest, though.
Bring it up.
Grinding a lockout, couldn't quite get it.
He cannot hit that.
Big attempt right there.
Michael coming out with 170 keys, 375 pounds on the bar for him. The bar is loaded for Michael.
And 375 pounds on the bar for Michael.
Michael has so far had a perfect day. Let's see if he can keep this perfect streak up. Hit 6 for 6. Maybe a PR.
Big press off the chest.
And he continues his perfect streak.
There we go, that's 6 for 6.
3 white light for Michael. Michael does match his best bench press in a full power meet, but his best bench press overall was 182.5, and this was in 2023.
391 on the bar.
We have Philip Germany coming out next with his third attempt at 177.5 or 391 pounds.
I'm racking 391 pounds for Philip.
Oh! Looks like he fell out of his hands. Hopefully he's okay. Those space sabers really caught the brunt of that. It sunk down a little bit into his chest, but the face sabers caught a lot of that weight. If it sank any lower, he may have had to come home with a few more injuries than he came in with.
Absolutely.
That's why you set your face sabers, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like he's okay.
Can I put in a music request for my third call? With him?
And it looks like hopefully Philip Germany walked away unscathed. Unfortunately, he will not be able to reattempt that. That was quite scary, if I would say so myself. I've seen it a few times, but it doesn't get any less scary than that.
Under his own energy. We're thankful for that.
For deadlift?
We got Luke Fox coming out with a ginormous jump. It looks like it's 17.5 kilos after missing his second attempt. Looks like he is someone who likes those really big jumps.
Just breaking into 400 pounds.
Drive it up, Luke. Drive it up. Push.
And it
That's
looks
not
like
quite
he's not
there.
able to make it. It looks like his heels came up too, and even if he made it, he would have missed
All right,
on his
here we
knee
go.
coming up, unfortunately.
Everybody.
Now we have Brian Albert coming out with a world record attempt at 200 kilos. This is a huge bench press for a 75 kilo lifter, and he is in the Masters 2 division, which is ages 50 through 60.
Breaking his own record.
World record right here for Brian Albert. Let's help him out. The bar's blowing. Let's make some noise. Come on your feet. On your feet.
Brian Albert is having some people
Come on,
squat
let's get the
in his
blood
hands,
flowing.
and he's going to bring it to his chest and
for
press it.
Brian Albert, 441-pound world record. Come on, Brian.
I've been to some of his meets before where he has lifted and competed, and he has unfortunately bombed out at some of his meets, and this is a very nice change of pace, seeing him make 2 attempts, let alone possibly making his 3rd attempt here.
Cameras out. You're going to want to find out your friends. You're going to get work. That you saw Brian Albert.
440 pounds on the bar for
Stay
Brian.
behind Brian, ladies and gentlemen, for this 200 kilo world record attempt.
Bring it up, Brian.
He's pushing it. Can he lock it out?
It's a massive press.
What do the referees think?
So they say.
3 white lights for Brian. A perfect day for him for bench press. He is a bench press specialist, and that is quite the bench press. And Brian Albert wraps up bench press with flight C. We will now move to a 10-minute break between bench press and deadlift. And it is now going to, we're going to go to Anthony Elmore. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Then we're going to come back and throw some weight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to deadlifting. We have Anthony Elmore up right now with 152.5 on the bar, opening up the deadlift for us. Switch to our front view for our viewers over here. He is opting to pull in a sumo stance. I want to go over some of the big differences between conventional and sumo while we're on openers.
And so sumo is going to be a lot wider of a stance. Your hands are actually going to be inside your arms. Whereas conventional, your feet are much closer. Your hands are outside of your legs.
So yeah, some of I guess the main difference is me being a conventional puller, me being a sumo puller, and Noah being a conventional puller, is that with sumo the range of motion is decreased, but that's potentially at the expense of a little bit more of a technical lift. More things can go wrong, and you can't really muscle through bad technique, especially at heavy weights. But with conventional, a little bit less technical. But if you do make a technical mistake, it's easier to muscle through and kind of compensate for that.
Absolutely. Chad smoking that 160.
And you'll also notice that, especially when we get to these third attempts, that with conventional, it tends to be very slow at lockout and very fast off the floor, and vice versa for sumo, where it's usually very slow off the floor, but then speedy at lockout. That's kind of assuming that they are also technically sound at both lifts. But we have Sayu Lin coming up next at 170, opening up with 170 kilos. And one other, I guess we'll go over some of the rules of performance for the deadlift. So there's only one command for deadlift, right? There's just the down command. Sumo and conventional are both allowed. Common issues that people run into is obviously going to be jumping commands. That's common across all the lifts. Next one is going to be letting go of the bar before it hits the floor. And a new rule, I believe this was added a year, maybe 2 years ago, where you cannot purposely slam the bar onto the floor. And that is all up to the referee's discretion, but it's basically don't make the bar go fast. We have Danny Thurman coming up next with 185 on the bar.
You got a light work at 407.
And one other, I think it's a little bit less common, at least from my experience, but it's informally known as hitching and ramping. But it's basically when you support the bar on your thighs and use it as assistance to get it up. We have Chris coming up next with 190 kilos on the bar. A little heavy for him, but
he locks it out.
Gets it up.
Had 2 whites on him.
We have Brad Trosper coming up next. Let's hope he prospers on this opener.
Good win for Chris. Brad's come up against 430 pounds.
Just 430 pounds for Brad.
Got a Christmas today background going on there. Let's change it up a little bit.
He locks it out.
So what the referees think about that lift, I think it's good, and it is good. The referees do agree. And you'll notice with deadlifts that some people will opt for what is known as more barefoot shoes, or shoes that look like slippers. The reason being is that those shoes have a very thin sole, often just single-digit millimeters, and they offer a lot more leverage and advantage just because with someone like Edgar who's lifting in Converse, where they have a thicker sole. The thinner sole provides less range of motion for the lifter because you're basically pulling on a deficit if you are pulling, with Vans or Chuck Taylors or whatever with a thicker sole on the shoe. We have Jeff Phillips up next with 210 kilos, 463 pounds on the bar, opening up for this fight.
Jeff pulling 463 pounds.
Jeff with a speedy opener.
Just makes an easy weight of 463 pounds. Here we go, second trip around the block, just like that. We're in the second set of the test.
The cast does need an update, and it looks like it does update. We have Anthony Elmore up next. We're back to the top. Deadlift normally move the fastest just because there is the least amount of things to change. Where you're only changing the weight on the bar. You don't have any rack heights or face savers to change, like with squat and bench press. Anthony is rocking both an A7 singlet and a Pioneer adjustable lever, two of our sponsors for this meet. If you need any powerlifting gear, A7 and Pioneer provide excellent powerlifting equipment. A7 more on the apparel side, and Pioneer more on the belt side of things. They do have a collab belt as well, the A7 belt with the Pioneer adjustable lever. We have Chad Valentine coming up next with a big 20 kilo jump from 160 to 180 for a second attempt.
Just under 400 pounds for Chad.
They're soon reaching over 400 pounds just on this second attempt.
Should be seeing some heavy benches today. Sorry, heavy deadlifts today.
Chad with quite possibly the best beard of this meet.
So where beard competition, you'd be in top 3.
Chad pulls this up and it looks really nice. A little bit of a
Locks it out.
which does happen with mixed grip. I'm sure the people who do full mixed grip at home have experienced this at least once or twice, or maybe experienced it a lot, to where with the over-under grip, you kind of helicopter and twist a little bit.
Bring home the team award for the Masters Invitational.
There's Sayulin coming out with 180 kilos on the bar, 396.8 pounds. Let's see what Sayu does with this. He has not been having the best day, missing 2 squats and one of his bench presses. Let's hope he pulls through and turns around for deadlift.
Bring it up, bring it up.
Heavy pull, but he locks it out.
Nice.
I'm thinking no more than 5 kilos for him, honestly. That was a pretty slow pull. What we have up next, we have Chris Wallaby coming out with 192.5. His opener was quite heavy and quite slow from what I remember. So I think 192.5 might be a smart move for him.
He may just try to keep chipping away at it.
He's grinding through, gets it to his knees. Can he lock it out though? And he finishes the lift.
He locks. Definitely a grinder on that one. 2 reds.
It is a no lift for him.
Might have been some up and down. Again, you can't put it in reverse. You can put it in neutral for a second, but then you got to keep going. But every one of these lifts is going to come out and fight to the finish. There's no quitting anybody here.
Got Danny making a 10 kilo jump to 195. 430 pounds.
And nice 195 from Brian, for Danny, sorry.
That's a solid 8 so far.
Let's see what Brad has in store for us with a 10 kilo jump from 195 to 205.
Edges on deck. Just 2 packs.
Brad pulls it up a little bit slow above the knee, but it should be a good lift. Yep, 3 white lines for Brad. Great job, Brad. We have Edgar Drake coming up next. 207.5, a 12.5 kilo jump. Just shy of 25 pounds if I'm doing my kilo math correctly.
Right here, 457. For goodness sake, come on now. We've got the
Edgar looks like he's getting a little groovy with it.
We are collectively embarrassed at this.
Solid pull from Edgar.
Groovy indeed. He is in his groove. 3 white lights for Edgar Drake. We got
Great lift.
Jeff Phillips coming out next, 220 kilos on the bar, 485 pounds.
8 for 8 on the day for him, Jeff Phillips.
You're nearing the 500-pound mark for deadlifts already. And Jeff Phillips is closing the flight out. Maybe he will break that 500-pound barrier. Let's see how this deadlift moves first, though.
Deadlift perspective. Make some noise for Jeff. Over 3 times his body.
Coming out with the American Eagle on his singlet and an A7 shirt.
And he's
Moves really
smokes
fast.
it.
I think he's very much good for a 500-pound deadlift today.
3 white lights.
And here we go, last.
And Anthony Elmore with a third attempt at 172.5. Let's see what he does with this.
Get your cameras out, move up close.
I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have A7 LMNT Pioneer.
Don't let me down.
I'm pulling up.
Anthony's coming out against 380 pounds. Maestro, bring it up a notch.
I apologize. I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have LMNT Pioneer A7 Instant Champions Championship Belt, Chattanooga Whiskey, Sour Strips, and Stellar Shots. Stellar Shots is doing our media. If you'd like any media from this meet, please purchase from them. You can purchase before, during, or after the meet with Anthony Elmore. Finishing out with a grinding third attempt. Congratulations to Anthony for a 3 for 3 day for him.
Saw you jumping into 400 pound.
Coming out, taking a small 2.5 kilo jump. His 180 was a little bit slow, don't you agree? So he will be breaking through the 400 pound territory. Let's see what he can do with 400 pounds.
He's so confident he's spanking everybody already. That's a confident motion. That's what I like to see.
Bringing that intensity onto that platform. We love to see it.
Getting hyped up for his final lift of the day.
Let's go, tell you. Finish strong, finish strong.
Stop, but he's pulling.
It's really slow, but can he finish it?
He locks it out.
Referees think it's a good lift. 3 white lights. Congratulations, Sayu.
Great finish.
On deadlift. Got Chad Valentine coming out. Mr. Beer himself. I wonder how much he would lose if he cut that beard off. It gives him a lot of strength, I bet.
Strong pull off the ground. He's grinding.
A really uneven bar, but he is locking it out. Let's see if he gets.
Big smile at the top. Unfortunately, it's a no lift.
Give him a yellow card and left referee giving a blue card. Blue card is downward motion support the thighs. Yellow is kind of a catch-all. But from what it seems like, he may have dropped the bar a little bit prematurely. You have Chris Palmby coming out next with 185, taking a small 2.5 kilo jump on there. He's pulling it. It's really slow. Unfortunately, he loses it at his knee. Great job to Chris today. We have Danny Thurman coming out next, 205 kilos on the bar, taking a 10 kilo jump.
Looking to pull 452 pounds.
Stay in first place regardless of if he hits or misses this lift. He's grinding, he's doing the throat shake,
He's
but
fought
he gets
through
it
it.
out.
Great pull from Danny.
Congratulations. We have Brad coming out next, 210 kilos. Taking a small 5 kilo jump from the second attempt.
Brad Troster's coming out.
And Prosper looking to prosper on this lift.
3 lifters in Friday left. Come on, let's leave the platform small.
Thanks to our spotters and loaders, and big shout out to spotters and loaders. They are from Blue Mountain Christian University from Mississippi. They took a big long drive from Mississippi to here in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Big pull from
Brad is
Brad.
pulling it, and it's getting real slow at lockout.
He locks
He
it
gets
out.
it. Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 white lights. Congratulations, Brad.
All right, first place lift for Edgar Drake.
We got Edgar Drake coming out. 215 keys on the bar for him.
74 pounds. Touches 3 times his body weight right here. Just that. Masterclass lifting right going on. That's a Masters Invitational 2025.
Edgar finishing off with 215 kilos, 474 pounds.
Putting on a clinic.
Edgar Drake rocking the full SBD meat kit, but with a Pioneer cut prong belt. One of our sponsors today, Pioneer.
Edgar Drake all the way.
Edgar shakes a little bit, but makes it through. Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 white lights. Congratulations, Edgar. We have Jeff Phillips breaking into that 500-pound barrier, just as I predicted.
Jeff Phillips is coming out great.
Did a great job on that one.
Let's make some noise.
Jeff breaking into 500, finishing off flight A.
99 Jeff. Here we go. Here we go. We got 8 on the floor. Going slowly, 8 on the floor for Jeff Phillips. He's going to come out and attack this. Take the
Phillips coming out.
Jeff comes out and storms in the air. No things, just do. No things, just do.
He comes to that bar and hugs on it. A big lift on it. Congratulations.
It's over 3 times his body weight.
500-pound deadlift. Referees think it's a good lift. 3 white lights. Congratulations. Guys are coming out, opening up the flight with 160 kilos. It's a good opportunity to talk about, some of the things you commonly see with deadlift. First being that you'll notice that there is white powder on their thighs and on their hands. The white powder on their thighs is not chalk, it is baby powder, and chalk is on their hands. Chalk is to help with grip and increase friction on their hands. Also dry their hands out a little bit so they don't, so it's not as clammy. And then the powder on their thighs is baby powder. Isaac does not have baby powder on his thighs, but he still makes 160 move fast. What baby powder is for less friction, and so you do not want that on your hands, and chalk is for more friction, and you do not want that on your thighs. We have Michael coming out with 185 kilos on the bar.
408 pounds for Michael.
He swings that belt around his stomach, rocking an A7 belt as well as an A7 singlet, and it looks like an A7 comp tee, one of our sponsors. And that belt is a collab between Pioneer and A7.
He smokes that opener.
Michael does smoke that opener. It looks really good.
Next up, we have Christopher Hughes.
This Christopher coming out next, 195 kilos on that bar for him. Always good vibes from Christopher.
Opening with 430 pounds.
Incredibly easy opener for Christopher. The referees do agree. White lights right there. Todd Bainey coming out next. 195 kilos on the bar for him.
Todd pulling 430 for his opener too.
A little bit slow for an opener, I will say.
It almost looked like he lost his balance at the top a little bit, but he held it together.
What do the referees think about that? I think it's good. And looks like it's a good lift for him. The lights didn't show up, but he is in the green on lifting cast. We have Ryan Henley coming out next, 210 kilos on his bar.
Alright, Ryan, here we go. First attempt.
Solid pull from Brian.
Lightweight for Brian, lightweight.
You'll notice that Brian opts to take a double overhand grip, which is, I've noticed, is not very common in this meet. A lot of these lifters will opt to take an over-under grip, where one hand is what's called pronated and one hand is called supinated. Basically, one palm faces out, one palm faces in. But he decided to take a double overhand grip where both hands are supinated and palms facing in towards the lifter. And that's usually a sign that they're using what's called hook grip. Hook grip is when they wrap their thumb around the bar and have and wrap their usually their index and their middle finger around that thumb.
Scott pulling 468 pounds.
Like Scott is also utilizing hook grip. You can see there's a lot of chalk on his thumb. Makes it easy. Let's see what referees think about that. 3 white lights. Get that John Cena. You can't see me.
Peter Melendez, 485 pounds.
Yeah, Peter coming out with 220 on the bar, 485.
Alright, go to Peter.
Peter thanking all of our spotters with loaded. Big shout out to them. Peter does have that baby powder on his thigh. You'll see some white powder fly up as he pulls that bar into his thighs. Taking his arm a little bit, trying to get them a little bit long, making sure that they're relaxed. And it makes easy work of that. Congratulations, Peter, on that opener. Very, very smooth.
Very
White
good
lights
opener.
mentioned in a row, up next, 230 kilos in the bar for him.
Alright, we got Benjamin Rowe next.
Benjamin breaking this fight into 500 pounds.
107 pounds. The Masters 183rd.
30 on the bar for Benjamin Rowe. This is 507 pounds. We have crossed the 500 pound area on openers, and we're just over halfway through this flight. Bar is loaded for Benjamin. Timer is running a little bit low, but he says the full 60 seconds. Fully decked out in black and blue. Let's see what he does with 230 keys.
Let's hear from Benjamin.
Really grindy opener.
A little heavy for an opener there.
He might be someone who's just slow. We saw his squats. They were high at the beginning, but he did hit it. But he also was slow and managed to hit 225 as his third, even when his first attempt was really slow.
Yeah, he could just be a slow puller.
Look at Patrick Mann's coming out 230 kilos on the bar as well. A little slow as well for him. But that is unfortunately a no lift. You got 2 red cards, and that usually means that his knees are not locked out or his shoulders are not back and locked out as well. And it seems like it was his knees in this case. We have Brett's coming out 235 kilos on the bar, or 518 pounds. Really easy opener for him. Congratulations, Brent. 3 white lights for Brent. We will have David coming out next, 235 kilos. After David, we have Michael, who is opening with 245. That will close out the flight. David does with this deadlift. Nice and smooth.
Smooth.
Buttery smooth.
Great pull from David.
Michael coming out next. 245 kilos in the bar, 540 pounds.
540 pounds. This is well over twice the body weight.
Michael does have a secret weapon for his third. I will not reveal it, but he does have a secret weapon for his third attempt.
Excited to see what that is. That first was easy.
There we go, Michael. Put some weight on the bar.
Starting off
I
second
think going
attempt.
up 10 kilos, up to 170 kilos. This is 375 pounds, just under 375.
Michael 10 seconds at 375 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Isaac. Isaac coming out looking a little relaxed, looking like, you know, he's got this. He's gonna own this bar.
Very casual, very confident.
And sometimes that's what you need. Sometimes you don't need a ton of hype and aggression. Sometimes lifters just thrive off of, you know, a little bit lower and a little bit being more chill.
And that's exactly what he did.
So what floats your boat, you know. Christopher coming out next, 207.5 on the bar, taking a 12.5 kilo jump, about a 25-pound jump. This is 457.5 pounds
All right,
on the
Christopher
bar.
Hughes is up next. He's got 457 pounds on the bar. He's one of our M1 lifters. Bar is loaded.
Twelve and a half kilo jump for Christopher.
Christopher taking his time with that setup. But
And
does not
smooth.
take time with pulling that bar up. That is very fast. Very smooth. He needs another at least 15 kilos on that bar. Todd coming out a 15 kilo jump from 195 to 210. Just under 463 pounds for Todd. A little
Oh,
uneven,
heavy.
but he locks it out. Let's see what the referees think about that. 3 white lights for Todd. Congratulations, Todd. We have Michael coming out next, 227.5. A very big jump.
It's a 42 and a half kilo jump.
277 kilograms. Bar is loaded for Michael.
This is what, 32 and a half?
42 and a half.
42 and
It's
a
a
half.
massive jump.
That is very big.
Let's keep it rolling.
This is close to a 100-pound jump. I think it's about 90 or 95 pounds.
And he gets it.
Makes a move.
Curious to see what his third attempt's going to be.
I'm going to guess 235 is going to be his third. You got Scott Manley coming out, 15 kilo jump for him.
Breaking into 500 pounds.
Another 227 and a half attempt over here. Mean mugging that bar.
Matching the backdrop again.
All right, let's hear it for Scott. 500 pounds right here.
Scott bringing that energy, bringing that cool setup here. And that all red. Conventional hook grip.
There you go, Scott.
He's fighting.
He's shaking for it.
He locks it out.
That looks good to me. What was the referee saying? Good lift for Scott, but I don't know how much more he has left in the tank.
Yeah, I'd say 2 to 5
I'd say
kilos
maybe
might
2
be
and a
a,
half at most, 5
yeah.
at most.
definitely going to be a fight.
Brian coming out next with a 20 kilo jump. from 210 to 230 kilos. See what Brian does with 230. Brian, another conventional hook grip puller.
Knocks it out.
Pretty smooth in my opinion. 3 by lights for Brian.
Very smooth.
And up next to Peter with a 240 kilo deadlift. The board is not updating just yet. Any minute now. There's a lot of chalk on that bar too. The timer might just have to run down. Bar is loaded for Peter. This is a state record attempt for Peter. A little running man in the back. Takes his time with the setup. That time pays off. Smells to the top. For good reason. That looks really good for Peter. Got Patrick coming out. He missed his opener. I believe it was due to soft knees or soft shoulders.
Let's see if he can make this
He's
correction.
coming back out with a 240 kilo pull. This is 10 above his opener. A little bit of a risky move, but he does have the strength for it. He just needs to clean up his lockout.
A little tough, but he's locking it out.
I see what the referees think. That looked good to me. 2 whites, that is all you need. He did receive a blue card, which is usually downward motion or supporting the bar on your thighs. But 2 to 1 is all you need for a good, 2 white lights is all you need for a good lift. We have Brent coming out next, taking a 10 kilo jump from 235 to 245. 540 pounds on the bar for Brent. Taking his time down there. And pulling pretty smooth.
It did fly up. Looked like you had to push a little bit, but the weight flew up.
3 white lights for Brent. This is a good opportunity to talk about drug testing. So USA Powerlifting, per the rule book, does require at least 10% of all lifters to be drug tested. This is regardless of if you've bombed out or not, because any competitor or any member of the USA Powerlifting, with some very few exceptions, are eligible for drug testing, whether it is in meet or out of meet. We have Benjamin coming out next with 245 kilos, 50 kilo jump from an opener. Time down there. He's pushing through.
Big pull
Is he
from
gonna make
Benjamin.
it? I do think he's just a slow lifter.
I think he is.
Because, I mean, it was slow, but it wasn't too shaky.
It was nearly as slow as 15 kilos ago, and he still got it.
And a 15 kilo jump is no joke either.
We'll see where he goes from here.
We got David coming out next, 250 kilos. We'll have Michael rounding out the flight to 265. But let's bring it back to David over 250 kilos, 551 pounds on the bar for him.
Part of our teaching competition today. Wonder if he's a deadlifter.
Solid pull from David. Locks out 250 kilos.
Referee say 3 white lights, good lift for David. And Michael coming out to round out the flight with 265. Oh, this is 584 pounds. This is just shy of 6 45-pound plates on the bar for our viewers at home that use pound plates to train. That's just to put it in perspective. I know these kilos could look a little bit deceiving, could look really thin, but this is in fact quite heavy. This is nearing the 600-pound mark in fact. Michael does the 265.
There we go. Wait for Michael.
And he pushes through. Very
It flew.
smooth. I think he has another 20 in him.
I think so.
2 whites, that's all you need.
3-1.
Well, we are back up to the top with Isaac, rounding out his day with a 175 kilo deadlift. Isaac is currently 8 for 9 right now, or 7 for 8 right now, and will hopefully go 8 for 9, hitting this third attempt. Isaac's first and second half looked really smooth, and so let's get behind Isaac, guys.
Let's go, Isaac, right here. Finish strong.
Let's finish strong, Isaac. 175 on the bar, 385 pounds.
There we go, Isaac.
A little bit of a fight, but otherwise quite smooth. Looks like
This is a very smooth.
It looks like it'll be a second attempt.
Clean the wrap up again.
So even with some of the
Coming
tank.
out 220 kilos on the bar, 485 pounds. Christopher Muse coming out. Let's see what he's made out of. Clean that bar a little bit.
Alright, here we go. Christopher. Final attempt of the day. Let's go, Christopher. Easy way right here.
Let's get behind Christopher. He's had a great day so far. Only missing his third attempt bench press. Let's go 8 for 9 for Christopher. And that was
fast.
insanely smooth. Congratulations.
It could have been a first or second attempt.
That looked like an opener to me.
Awesome job. That is 3 white.
We got Ted Bainey just knocking on the door of 500 pounds. Just shy of 500.
Knock out of the top thing. That's 490 pounds on the bar.
Let's see what Todd is made out of.
Last attempt of the day. There we go, Todd. You got this.
He's grinding through that. He gets it
pulling.
to his knees. Can he lock it out? He gets it past the hardest part. Let's see what the referees think about that lift. 2 white lights, that is all you need. The side referee did give him a blue card. It was likely supporting the sides on the way up.
A great pop at the top.
We have Scott Mantley coming out with a very manly pull of 232.5 kilos or 512.6 pounds.
Alright, hold it. R is loaded for Jason Johnson.
We should be back live.
You got it.
Alright, we were on flight C, second attempt. Jason Johnson pulling 145. Next up we got Jason. Second attempt at 170. Pulling 375 pounds.
Yeah.
Go, Jason.
Yeah, I can tell you. When I was a bunch of food back then.
Locks it out.
Everything. That is a good. Next up.
Okay, Roger Miller coming up next. for 175,
Powerlifting
385 pounds.
kilos.
It's like a 2.5 kilo increase.
Your powerlifting is talking about red plate. Who is it? 3 red plates. Go, Roger.
Roger! Oh, buddy. Straight up. Walk out!
That bar moved fast.
Good job.
And it's good. Robert Warner, twice up next, 182.5. 410. He is lifting. He's got a tight deadlift suit on right now. We have the equipped division, we have broad division, and equipped.
Robert's one of our 2 equipped lifters in this flight. He's pulling in a deadlift suit. He's also got a ratchet belt, which is pretty unique. Only one we've seen today. He walks out 402. There's white lights. Moving on to Michael next. 190 kilos, just short of 420 pounds. Get set up. He locks it out. 3 white lights.
Anybody else that was gone? Here we go,
Up next we got Frank
430 pounds.
retaking his opener, 195.
Here we go, Phil.
Come on, Philip!
Come on, Phil.
See what the refs say. Lights gets it.
That's Nelson. 174 pounds.
Woo!
Bar 474. Left one. Play 474. About to take off.
Scott Nelson walking up to 215 kilos, 474 pounds.
All right, Scott! Come on, buddy! Come on, Dad!
That's a Scott Anderson now. Come on, Scott.
Make it fly! You got it! Ball it!
He walks out 474 pounds. 3 whites from the refs. So we got Luke Fox pulling 220 kilos, 485 pounds. Powering over the bar. Just can't quite get it today.
All right.
It was a massive 37.5 kilo jump. May have been just a little too much. We had Jamel next, making a 25 kilo jump to 551 pounds. Jamel walking up to take 551 pounds.
We're done!
Pulling a hook grip. And he locks it out. For the last of our second attempts, we got Brian looking for 300 kilos. Biggest deadlift of the day so far.
Make it count, baby. Let's go.
661 pounds on the bar for Brian.
661 pounds.
Fight
That
for
takes
it.
the street out to the bag. That's what
Woo! Earn it, baby. Earn it. Come on, baby. You got this. Settle in. You got it. Work.
From Brian, but he's trying to lock it out. Right at the top. Let's see if he tries to chip away at that.
All right, here we go. Last set of deadlift for the day. Look at this. It's the first set of the 10. Here we go.
Jason starting up the third attempts.
All right, let's go.
Last deadlifts of the day.
Something is starts with
50 kilos on the bar, 330 pounds.
Let's raise the rope. Little crazy straight forward. Little easy drop. Gotta get better than that, my bro. Don't make it the place you are. Jason's up against 331. Let's go down to the
Jason getting ready.
Roll out, baby. Roll out. Come on, Jason. Take it off the floor. Last one. 9 for 9 attempts.
There you go.
From Jason, but it's coming up. He locks it out. And 3 wet lights. Good job, Jason. Jason Johnson done. Next Jason up. 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
Eyes up, eyes forward. Hands up, hands up. Let's come today.
Jason finishing off the day, just bringing in 400 pounds. This is going to stay in second place. Really cool for Jason, and he locks it out. Let's see what the refs say. A little bit of up and down, it looks like.
Roger's out there with Nancy. He is ready.
Got Roger walking up to 402 pounds as well. 182.5 eyes up. Let's see what the refs say. And they like it. 3 white lights. Robert up next, 418 pounds. 190 kilos on the bar. Big breath, big brace. Coming up, grinding for it. And he locks it out. Philip up next, 200 kilos, 441 pounds.
Come on, Brian. Got it. Come on, Philip.
Everybody box it out. Let's see what the refs say. White lights will do it. Good lift. Got Michael up next, 202 kilos, 446 pounds.
Here we go.
You got it, you got it.
Box it out. 3 whites is good. Fox up next. He's retaking his second attempt. He tried 220 pounds. Might have been too big of a jump, but we'll see if he can hit it for a third attempt. Let's see what Luke can do. Just doesn't have it today. Great attempt from Luke.
Scott Nelson.
Scott Nelson taking 220 next. So 485.
Come on, Dad.
Scott looking to finish up with 8 kilos.
Here we go, big finish. Come on, Scott.
See if he can pull it. Big brace. Big pull off the ground, but he couldn't quite get past the brace. These lifters are putting everything they got into the deadlifts. Now going up to 265 kilos, 15 kilo jump. Let's see if he can pull it. What's our intensity? Locked in on that bar. That thumb tucked in.
Got it, Cole.
Lifts it off the ground, and he locks it out. Yeah, more in the tank. 3 white lights. Last deadlift of the day. Brian is going to try to chip up what he just did. He hit 300. Grinder. See if he can hit 302.5. 666 pounds. Biggest lift of the day. The biggest lift he just said. Broke it off the ground. Couldn't quite get it back there. Couldn't get it past the course. It's been day 1, session 2 of the USAPL Masters Invitational.
We're going to use the calculus, carry the 1, mark the 2, and we're going to have an award. Give us a couple minutes to set up. Thank you all for coming. If you didn't get enough from today, come back tomorrow to the list. We're going to put on a clinic. Tomorrow we got 2 sessions for lifting going on. Jeff Phillips, come on up. Jeff Phillips, if you would come up to the award table, we would appreciate it. All right, we got some sponsors up here. Let's not forget Stellar Shots here this all weekend. Again, don't forget your announcer on video. Otherwise, we have to. All right, a couple minutes when we pass out awards. We appreciate all being here in front of the ladies at the 2025 Masters Invitational. The whole sponsors up here, we appreciate that. We couldn't do that. We couldn't do without the sponsors and the referees. And Maestro put out in the back, and bring the music and all the great video equipment. Little light jazz, all day. I think I'm gonna let go. I'm gonna miss you all.
So I'm in a little bit of a brain fog after.
Yeah, he just lifted.
But I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I've been doing this a long time, and I think the Masters community is by far the best community of powerlifters in the USAPL. I'm not just saying that to be applause, but I mean the ego and all the crap that we might have had when we were younger and more dumb, it seems to be gone. It seems that everybody is wanting everyone else to succeed, which is not the way it used to be for some of us, as you know. There's been some talk about, if you like the way this meet is structured and a standalone for the Masters lifters, you can email me or the executive council with your support. About a year ago, there was a poll, and the vast majority of people that voted liked the standalone Masters Nationals meets. And if you are in favor of that still, your voice needs to be heard. So you can send an email to me as Masters chair, or you can send it to the EC, or you can send it to both, because the more racket, as we say in the South, the more racket you make, the more you're going to get attention. So thank you all for coming, and I really appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce first of all the person who was just talking with you was Jeff Phillips. He's our Masters Committee Chair, and so let me introduce Jeff at this time. So here's the email. His email is masters@usapowerlifting.com. What?
It's Masters, so some hard of hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so my name is Kathy, and I'm Kathy Markstrader. I'm the secretary, and then we have Kathy Neely, who was the meet director for this incredible competition. Some of the feedback, as Jeff said, there was a survey that was sent out a year ago to all the Masters lifters, and they were asking, hey, what's your thought? And the survey came back overwhelmingly by about 2/3 that those that responded said they wanted their own standalone Masters Nationals. So one of the reasons why we want that is because, yes, Raw Nationals is wonderful, but we get lost there. We're not seen. This meet was for the Masters lifters, and we were cheering on each other. We're recognizing the incredible athleticism of our Masters lifters, and by staying focused with that, we kept it a really fantastic meet. At Raw Nationals, we've got over 300 Masters that are entered at this time out of the 900. So we are literally 1/3 of the competition. I'm gonna say they need us, okay? They might say, hey, we need you to be part of Raw Nationals, and we really need your support to say, we would like to see a standalone the standalone Masters Nationals so that we can support you. We are going to be building the Masters family, the Masters camaraderie. We get lost among all of the young kids, and actually one Masters lifter earlier today said, I'm kind of tired of going to Raw Nationals and having the younger lifters act rather dismissively of the Masters lifters. I was disappointed to hear that, but I've seen it, and I have to agree. So we are wanting very strongly, we are advocating for you, but please, Jeff at masters@usapowerlifting.com, Jeff Phillips is our Masters Committee Chair, and he is our voice to the Executive Committee, and we hope that you enjoy this fantastic meet put on by the very capable Kathy Mealy. She's doing a great job. I'm sorry for all the coughing and the noise, but she's doing such a great job. She took this on as a local meet and developed into a pro meet, and we are able to set world records at this competition. So we are really, really thankful.
I just want to say thank you. This is not something that can be done by myself as a manager, but again, we want to be like this. We have Saber, who's the junior chair, provided us this backdrop. We've got the Mealy family doing everything from check-in. Lydia's my co-director over there, and all this work that the referees, the spirals, loaders, all these people to work for this week. I just want to say one more thing. USAPL.masters, at USAPL.masters is the Instagram, and I don't know who's on Instagram, but if you are, tag that because there's people watching that too, and tell them what you thought of the meet, if you like this meet, and I'm really powerlifting.
Hashtag USA Powerlifting Masters.
Yeah.
Hashtag Powerlifting USA Powerlifting Masters.
Do all that stuff. Make your voices heard. That'll help us, okay? All right. We're going to
Thank
get
you all so much.
Stay here. We're going to have awards. We're going to have best Masters 1, 40 to 49, best Masters 2, 50 to 59. We're going to have best overall lifter, male, which is the belt there. And then we also have men's team. We have I just did something fun, which was that team email that we saw. And we had 2 teams enter the men's team division. There's a women's team division, and there's a combined men's and women's division. So tonight we're going to have the men's award, which is there over on the end, the special award thing. So let's get started.
All right, we appreciate you. One last round of applause. Kathy and Lydia putting on this great meet. Favorite women on the planet. I can see. Goodness, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Making my eyes are open. All right, here we go. Men's equip. M1 and M2 combined, all weight classes. Silver medal is Brian Albert. Brian, come on up, silver medal. All right, he is getting drug tested. That's how impressed we were. The world record. When you break the world record, you get drug tested. That's what happens. That's great. All right, men's raw. M1, that's the 40 to 50, the youngsters as we call them. 40 to 49. See, she said that like 4 seconds ago. I'm an M2, I'd already forgotten it. M1, 67.5 key class. Anthony Elmore brings home a gold medal. Anthony. You gotta do a little cardio to get your medal. You gotta do the box jump right there.
Everybody's getting their photos.
And then when this lovely lady gives you the thumbs up, you can come off the platform. All right, appreciate you. Men's raw M1 75 kilo class gold medal was to Chad Valentine. Taking us down, but we're not running flat. Trust me, we got a little bit. We got a relationship to go. All right, men's raw, M1, 83.5 kgs. Bronze medalist is Christopher Hughes, the happiest man in the building. Christopher, you here? There he is. Well done. Silver medalist is Benjamin Rowe. And the gold medal, Peter Melendez. Yes, sir. Big round of applause right there. There are 3 strong men on the platform right there.
All right, you're getting a lot of pictures. We go 3, 2, and then make sure whoever's here get their pictures.
All right, thumbs up, happy. There we go. Well done, gentlemen. Men's raw, M1 90 key, crowded class there, and fourth place goes to Isaac Watley. Third place, he's going to Scott Manley, making the platform. I got up this morning, I'm thinking, I'm going to wear my hair kind of that black scarf look. I'm so glad we did. How awkward that would have been. And there it is. Second place is going to Patrick Mann. '90 class M1 gold medalist David Mueller.
You bypassed me anyways.
All right. 3, 2.
All right, big round of applause for David. All right, well done. We got the thumbs up. Thumbs up. Here we go, men's raw M100 key class. Michael Baer takes home the silver medal. Gold medal goes to Michael Jesperson.
All right. 3, 2.
One more. Men's raw M110B curling class right here. 5th place, Jason Johnson. Fourth place is Roger Miller. Roger, fifth place. Third place, Brian Henley. Silver medalist, Jamel Clark. Here we go, Jamel, silver medalist. Gold medalist, big lift only. I was in the building with Brian Bencock and all of these. Big lift all day, Brian, gold medalist. And it's a strong commitment.
Everybody look in the middle too.
All right, thumbs up. Here we go.
Thank you.
Flipping back up to the top of the screen. Men's equipped M1 and M2 weight classes. World record holder. Second place, Brian Alvin. Brian, you got to put me on it. I waited 2 minutes. I was misled. I thought you were ready. I apologize. All right, one more time, and I'm going to take it out and make up a story for work on Monday. All right, here we go.
Joel, stay with the room. Stay with the
All right, well deserved weight right here. Silver medalist, men's equipped M1, M2 world record holder, Brian Albert. And the gold medal for the men's equipped, Robert Mulliner. It's 1.5 people without men's equipped medal here. There it is. Well done, John. Again, a level of technical expertise there. Equipped bench only category and don't go anywhere, Brian. First place for the men's equipped bench only. Also takes 1.5 people to give out this award. No, Brian, you gotta get all the way to the platform. You're not gonna cramp up with the stuff. All right, big round of applause, world record holders. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program with men's raw M1 140 class. Gold medalist to Michael Weber. M1 140 class gold medalist to Luke Fox. Luke Fox. It's a great shirt. You wear this tomorrow? All right. All right, moving on to the M2s. Two really strong gentlemen right here. 67.5 feet class. Silver medalist, Say Lynn. Gold medal is Jeff Phillips. This is 6.5 feet class. Jeff Phillips. Yes, Mr. Committee Chair.
Three, two.
Well done, gentlemen. Men's Raw M275 C category gold medal, Andrew Drake. You never understood what the term baby so meant. This is it right here. That's what it means. One of those things that you witness that you don't really appreciate. All right, thumbs up, everybody. Well done. Men's Raw M2 82.5 feet class. Silver medal is Brad Grossberg. Brad, silver medal, here it comes. And the gold medal is Danny Thurman.
Three, two.
All right, here we go. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Thumbs up. Men's Raw M200 feet class gold medalist Todd Beatty.
Three, two.
All right, here we go. Men's Raw M210 feet class silver medal is Jason Aiden. All right, up front. And a gold medal, Scott Nelson.
All right, three, two.
Men's Raw M240 feet class gold medal, Philip, Germany. Here we go. All the way, all the way. Okay, Bob, here we go.
Three, two.
All right, appreciate it. All right. Bench only, Master 1, Master 2, smash together all weight classes. Run around, here with the top points. And third place is Anthony Elmore. Silver medal is Bradley Bass. For the state American IDFPA. What was it?
record? State record, there it is. We gotta give it to state record for Bradley. And another state record, mono back to back. We had Charlie Page, he takes home the gold. There it is. Okay, men's draw M1 and M2 put together, all weight classes put together, smash that around, spin it up, and you get the push-pull bronze medalist is Jeff Phillips.
Great job, yay! Yay, Masters Committee cheer, yay!
Silver medalist Philip, Germany. And the gold medalist, push-pull, overweight, M1, M2 is Michael Weber. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We'll put that in the registration for next year. You think you're gonna win?
All right. 3, 2.
I'm gonna go to the registration. Here we go. Men's the best lifter. Got a whole lot of swag here. Oh, I got to you here. Joe House. Men's the best lifter. Joe House. Is Joe here? Oh, we lifted this morning, and it was impressive. Wasn't it? Yeah. No. But in all honesty, some great lifting this morning by the M3s, M4s, and M5s. That's 80-year-old. We had 80-year-old young men up there throwing some weight around. Next up, best lifter for men's raw M2 category, Jeff Phillips. Best lifter.
Best lifter?
And increasing close. This is the guy who pays attention. M2 best lifter becomes the hardware and banner. All right, come on, make some noise. Best lifter. Come on now. There it is.
Get back up there, putting it on our Facebook here. Yep, okay, hold on. Put it over the chat.
M1, M1 best lifter. No surprise here. Brian Benzoff.
All right.
Brian, best M1 lifter.
Yeah, another thing to hang on the side.
Thanks, Brian. Great job to all the best lifters. Hold on a second.
it was really close. But I don't know, so just hang in. Here we go. Now?
I just want to say these belts were a sponsor of ours. These are some serious weightlifting belts. So we were just fortunate enough to have a connection and he wanted to do this instant belts. Instant champion belts. So we're very happy to have this as a sponsored item for the very best lifter out of the Masters men. Congratulations to Jeff Phillips.
That's a great story. Monday morning at work right here. Pull into the parking lot with that thing.
I'm going to make a graphic out of this to make sure you
Best lifter, men's best lifter right there. That deserves. Put your hands together. Yeah. 462 points. In English, that means a lot of weight. And Brian was in 461, which means also a lot of weight. Really tight, 1 point.
Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is the men's team award, like I talked about before. Basically, the way that I set it up was we were going to do something different fun. So teams were made up of 3 people, 3 men in this case, and 1 would choose the squat to get down to the total, 1 chose the bench, and 1 chose the deadlift. Combining those together, and then we have a winner, which is so the winner is, it was Team Gladiators against Team KTT. The winners are the Gladiators. That's Brian Stroh, Jeff Phillips, and Mark Branham. Congratulations, 383 points combined, and the winners are getting Chattanooga whiskey and some Chattanooga whiskey. They have a tour over there, you guys. They're another sponsor of ours. So if you go on their little quick tour, you actually get a taste of whiskey at the end of the day. So we thought that would be a fun prize.
Oh, I didn't. Oh.
Cool. Alright, act like you like each other.
We have other bottles coming, right? We don't
Oh, other bottles?
They each get a bottle.
I was like, you guys gonna share them or?
And that was just something fun. I thought we'd have a
And they get nice and snug together.
Alright. Ready, 3, 2, 1.
trophy ever.
Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for coming. If you're staying here tomorrow, come out and cheer on the women. I know the women are here cheering on the guys, so they would love to have you cheering on them. What lifters are more than welcome to come back in for free. They watch for free. So hopefully we see you tomorrow, and I hope you all had a great time. Thank you.
All right, that's a wrap. Everyone get home safe. We appreciate you coming and supporting this event.
All right. I don't like the framing on it.
Thanks for supporting us today. We appreciate it.
Oh no, I need to see the one. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Hey, Kathy.
Hey, thanks. I look forward to talking to you.
Gene, it's great to see you again.
Hey, thank you. Easy.
Don't move. As soon as I get that.
Everyone to take some pictures. Come on up in front of the banner. Take your time, take some pictures.
I get the back up.
And remember, stellar shots has captured the whole day for us.
I need the logo. All right, I'll go get it. Okay, hold on. Smile a little. I'll come in. All right, Saber. There we go. Okay. Okay, here, right shoulder here. There you go. Okay. Can I get it with the belt real quick? And then we're done. So much hard work. Where am I doing? There you go, right here. That is perfect. Hang on, Joe. Yes.
All right.
That was excellent. Oh, that is, yeah.
Come on, put the guns up, baby. Put the guns up. Let's go. Hey, I hope you feel better.
There's nothing greater literally in my opinion. That's just rock. At the Bucky's exit, just went down the Bucky's exit, about 3 miles, you'll see it. It's actually a really nice gym. Like, it has a lifting platform, and that's able to get out there. You know, she's lifting Powerlifting gym in the Dares. Yes, Rios.
Old school? Combo work? The problem is that's just regular, just nice little gym. They have a great like a little bench that it's either whip or I don't know who that person is. That's my great difference. Put it on the lower like
it's not me, if it's not the pink, it's yellow. Yeah. All right. All right.
I'm sorry.
That gets me on the road too. Text me. Your son said that. Yeah.